Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live. You know what I mean. Got high expectations.
Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow.
T-minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live. You know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live. You know what I mean. Got high expectations.
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the
X9 Yen RTU3 OS 1T says no audio.
The problem is that my real mic is working again and my code is not updated. Sorry. So let's fix that.
X9 Yen RTU3 OS 1T says no voice.
No voice? But now you can hear me, right? Now you can hear me? I hope so. So what I said was that it was an agreed meetup on AWS yesterday, and yeah, great vibes, great people.
X9
Wonderful.
RTU3 OS 1T says
Super,
now okay.
super great. So let's
X9
fix.
RTU3 OS 1T says okay.
Yeah, so let's fix so we don't have this problem again. It's just I changed the code since I had problems with my mic, so it used this one instead. And now it's probably not enabled, so let's stream started here. This is the code. So let's just scroll down here and normal streams, not remote. We want this one to be unmuted, and we don't want this one. So yeah, that's good. And we can't control S because we'll just put a stupid character there. So this is what we'll have to live with StreamerBot. But it's a great tool anyway. So it's very good, except for the bright light mode. So I kind of heard there's about to be an update. We'll see when it arrives. Oh, I did a CTF yesterday. And I took some screenshots after for notes, so I hopped back to the... I don't think this is actually on anymore. Or will I have to go and close it down? Yeah, good. So after doing that, I did a CTF. So let's close this too. Yeah, I want to close them. That's why I closed it. So let's see. Let's actually put this one over here. So yeah, so my phone will just need 2 seconds before it actually realizes that it's connected to Sammy for controlling the stream. So now I think it works. Let's see. Yeah, good. So I'm thinking that we will do the instructions for Linux too later. So this is a VM that's on Proxmox on a little computer down here. I should really move it to the other room, but it had some problems and rebooted. But I think it's been stable now, so we could move it. Yeah, so that's for later. Yeah, so it's lots of CTF stuff still up. Yeah. Now we're getting somewhere. So this is a bit something I should actually fix the permissions better, but I just created that account for this, so it's I'll have to learn more about AWS and at least I have this, right? Oh, I won't have time to type that. So so here we have our little machine we made yesterday and made instructions and took screenshots for making a guide to do it. So that's what we're doing. We're making a guide, and it's in Obsidian. So now we're going to actually update it to full color, because right. So here's the screenshots I took yesterday on this one. It was fun. Here we have it. Let's leave that up too. So here's the screenshots we took yesterday. Before I went to AWS, I thought it was suitable, right? Theme of the day, except for when I got home. Quick food for the kids and then CTF. This is just 2-hour ones. It's a short thing. But it's 1 a.m. So many screenshots. And then we have setting the permissions with the GUI. Let's actually add setting them on the command line too. Windows GUI. Right, and let's do... Yeah, it kind of feels stupid to have GUI when you can do it in the command line, but I'm thinking that it's... should we do PowerShell or command line? So I have it down here. I'll just have to move it. Right, I have to move it redeems off because I was a bit sick, so they're not on. Let's fix that too. So these here, right? We want this one. I wonder if I can select several there. No, I can't. So I don't want to do push-ups, I think, because let's just group enable all. And the push-ups I can do like one. My shoulder is probably quite okay now, but I had inflammation in my shoulder. So now we have those back. And these I'll have to like make a third one, and so left screen will go now to that screen, not to the... It used to go to this one, so they're quite useless. So that's only for Twitch. The redeems, channel points and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, right. So this wasn't as complicated as what I did up there. But this is what's supposed to be enough. So let's cut this and move it up here. So really the bit of the instruction that was the least finished was the one we did yesterday. So today we'll mostly just be following along and checking that the instructions work, and if we need to make a screenshot. So this is how far we got yesterday. We're logged in here. So yeah, I should have like done this instead of this, but this time I did this. Last time I did this. Such permissions on the PIM file, and this is HTTP as Kali. Right. So in Linux, not in Linux. I only had like 1.5 hours yesterday to do it all, so I was not careful about my typing. Add screenshot of login. Yeah, so this is where we're at. We have the Windows connection. But at the end yesterday, I thought that I'll probably go... Oh my god, this is so long. Maybe we'll do it like this. Connecting and installing on Windows. Yeah, the spelling. and connecting and installing on Linux. So you can hop to the bit you're interested in, right? Let's do using upgrade to full Kali with GUI, right? Because this Kali doesn't have any GUI and it's hardly got any tools. So this is the full one that I want. I want the full one with all the tools. And yeah, maybe like this, like step 1. So step 1, starting a free Kali VM on AWS. Logging in. My god, now we have separate already. Yeah. No, I don't like this. Installing RDP. Well, we can use RDP for both, but we can still have VNC, right? I think I might have VNC first because it's like most logical when it's Linux, right? So VNC, that's that bit. So this is what I called it here. Let's do this because then I can hop. So logging in, and soon we'll start soon. Logging in and upgrading to full Kali. No, I don't want that. I want logging in. Setting permissions. On PAM file and logging in using SSH. So it's easy to hop to the right place, right? And we don't need step 1, 2, 3 if we have like nice links here. These are quite tightly connected and it's quite short. This is lots of long screenshots because I want to be explicit, and it's not hard to do this at all, but you know, if you're one of the people who need like 1, 2, 3, let's do it. Upgrading to full Kali with GUI. These are just a few commands. Then installing RDP and installing VNC, and then we have connecting to. So we can actually add here like connecting with from Windows. Connecting from Linux, right? And we can make I know they can make links in here too. I saw someone do that. We can Google that. So let's skip the step 1 because it's so odd with such different size steps. Some steps are like 2 lines, and some steps. Setting permissions on Linux because it's much easier, right? It's 2-second. Setting permissions on Windows. Let's do the GUI one as a separate because it is GUI. On the Windows using GUI. So I want to teach as much as possible. So I don't want to remove this because I don't want people just to enter some text and not understand it, you know. If they can do this, it's more like, oh, we have inheritance here. It looks like this, you know, it's graphical and people can see. And I don't think we need to split this into bits. There's a reboot in here though. So we'll see. So this is supposed to be the same as this now, right? So we have starting a free Kali, set permissions on the PEM file in Windows GUI. We have there, right? And then I have Linux like afterwards. Let's do connecting here too. Or so now I'm breaking this up because this is not logical. Let's make it logical and easy. So logging in using SSH on Linux. Should I do uppercase? On Linux on Windows. Right. So I'm gonna hop up a little notepad and just copy this. But am I okay with this? Should we do SSH like uppercase? Is that what it wants now? It just doesn't know what SSH is. On Linux, Windows, upgrading to full Kali with UI. And this is the same however we connect it to the machine. And installing RDP, and then these two for VNC2. I think I had both for both. So add links to these, I think it says. It's supposed to be links. Which is quite obvious, right? So just have it in an ugly white window over here. So let's make sure we have all those bits. So starting a free Kali VM on AWS. And I just have a login here. Maybe this should be a link. But I'm thinking it's quite quick to Google, right? But it's not like I thought that about anything else. But you can't have everything in the same little file. Observe a free terminal works first year. as far as I know. Yeah, we're gonna add text here too. We're just making screenshots. Create here. Yeah, start adding more text here. And this information is quite important. And we'll probably make a YouTube video of this too. Now we have free Kali VM running, but it's very limited, only minimal headless Linux. Kali Linux, a new graphical user interface. User interface. I can't assume knowledge. Running, but it's very limited. Colon. Only a minimal headless Kali Linux. No graphical user interface. Installation of. Yeah, I was in a hurry. Only a minimal headless installation of Kali Linux. No minimal installation of Kali Linux. No graphical user interface. We want a full Kali installation. We want a Kali installation with all tools available and a graphical user interface. Does everybody know what GUI is? I guess so, right? But it still sounds better if you read it. Set permissions on the PEM file in Windows GUI, and this was the third one I had here. So let's do Linux first. And I'm sure I have the headers already, but just to make it easier for myself. Was it 3-level, right? 3-level header. And Linux. So we can just add stuff under here. In Windows. Yeah. Okay. So I added using here. Setting permissions on Windows. Alright, I have setting permissions on. I don't have the PEM file in the links, but there it is so close, right? So we just have the links. It doesn't have to say the whole thing, but maybe it's good to have PEM file here. Setting permissions on the PEM file in Windows using GUI. Setting permissions. So click. Setting permissions on the PEM file in Linux, Windows. Yeah, that's okay. So this is a long bit, so we'll take that last. And I added partial here, right? So let's and grab that. There. Change because this is what I did. Change the false advanced permissions. Disable inheritance. Oh, right. Here's the instructions I made before. And gave Right. Yeah, I know why I did this. So this is just commands I did. This or this could be used. So I actually did last time like too. So I'll test that on another file. Hej gubben! Vill du att jag ska fixa pannkaka till dig? Jag gör det jättesnart, okej? So, kids, let's finish this bit and I'll go make some macros and pancakes for him in a bit. It'll be quick. Right. So, disable inheritance. So I have not actually tested this. So if we did disable, yeah, right, that's what I did. I disable inheritance and I didn't like save the old ones, and this is probably doing that, but I have to test it. So let's do that on a file, actually on our pen file. We'll just enable inheritance and let it, you know, change the permissions, and then we use these commands to test that it actually works too. Otherwise we can't give the instruction. So give your user only read permissions. I didn't do it this way because I thought it would be harder for people to write their username than to delete the ones, the other ones. And that's that. I'm hungry too. So I'm going to go and fix my kids' food instead of waiting. And I was thinking, when I get hungry, so I need to slim down a bit so my clothes don't fit. So I was sick a few times, and I had my shoulder inflammation, and before that I had a tummy muscle inflammation. So it's not been a good training year. So, yeah. I have to get started. So I'm gonna start streaming again. Or rather, I did, but then we had the break here. Easter break week. So I haven't been streaming the whole last week. I think I'll probably be back in like 5 minutes. But it might be maybe a little more. So
Madam Fabulous says.
Let's not. Good morning! You got there in time today. Welcome in. So dinner, that's not really dinner. Let's change this one to food so I don't have to just getting some food. There. And I'll be back in 5 minutes, hopefully. I'm back. So I just got some hearts and wrists with roast beef on. That's my healthy food style. Nah. I might get salad instead of pizza tonight. We'll see. Time to get in shape. So, how are you, Cyber? Everything good?
Doing pretty well, Ty. And yourself?
Oh, I'm great. Thank you. So, we will like polish this later. I just want the bits in the right place right now. And add more text. Let's do the Linux bit now. So, should I just search for Shemad? It's in there somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yeah, since it's just one line, it's the same as the connect. Yeah, let's cut the whole thing here. Oh, you'll have to wait or read the instruction. Yeah. So it's free tier on AWS. You can install Kali. And free tier means that you didn't use AWS for very long and very much, because then it won't be free anymore. But you can just start a new account and so that's what I did to show how it's done. Though this is my current email address, so I'll probably remove the other one. So I'm thinking if I do this, and then we so the new title for the next one should really be and it's just one line, you know, but I'm gonna make it a screenshot instead. So let's copy and delete and paste and delete. So then we grab this whole thing and move it later. And maybe we'll add a screenshot there too. So at first I didn't like how it works with the characters like this, but now it's nice, because if you're in like a Word document, then you don't really, sometimes just behaving oddly. And here you have like full control and can see what's actually there, you know. And you can use HTML to get it how you want. I just use Google Docs nowadays, and sometimes the function you want doesn't exist. So I did Linux first. So here we have logging in using SSH on Linux in Windows from. Yeah, so from is better because it's so let's do from, because it makes it obvious that we're connecting with the Linux computer to this one, right? So it's not the Linux computer we just installed, it's a separate one. And so I'm thinking we'll have like the same syntax when we do RDP. So logging in, or should we say connecting? Let's do connecting. Connecting using SSH. And here I had connecting from installing RDP, and SSH is of course on by default, or otherwise we wouldn't be able to do anything. Connecting to the AWS VM using SSH. Too long? And the good thing here is I can also copy this back and get the exact same format, as we have all the characters. We have all the markdown. So you can never do that with Word. If it was bold, you know, it wouldn't be. Here we can set a few stars and we get it bold when we paste it back. And if we would have copied it, it would have been there. So that's kind of nice. So when I tried Medium quickly yesterday, I thought maybe we'll get this up if we're quick. I don't have to finish it, you know. I just thought it would be kind of fun to have it up. But the editor there was so crazy horrible. So, connecting to the AWS VM using SSH. So, do we need this here? No. Connecting using SSH from Linux and from Windows. Here I even have AWS Kali VM, not even AWS VM. So, connecting to the AWS VM.
Are we kicking all kinds of honkus here?
It depends on what you mean. I'm trying to be a little bit efficient and make a little instruction. So we're not really kicking. We can't helping right now, but we can, with this VM we can kick all kinds of honkus, I guess. But it will be very useful to have a full Kali VM that has an actual external IP address, right? Because that's what you get.
Regardless, I am cheering. It equals D.
Thank you. So what do we think is best? Connecting using SSH from Linux. Connecting to the AWS VM using SSH from... it's too long, right? Let's use this. So we kind of know what we're connecting to. At the top, it's more like instructional, like. It doesn't have to be the same name. So I'm actually going to copy it back. So let's hop to the top and replace this with
I got a
this.
multi-boot setup on the machine I am using now, and one of the distros is Parrot OS, and my Arch
Okay.
Linux installation is Black Arch.
Okay. I tried installing Black Arch, but I had kind of planned to do it. And when I read in the installation information, when you start installing it, that, okay, so things, if you install more tools than one, like they will crash together and not work. I'm like, okay, this is what I like with Kali. I just install it and all the tools work. They just work, you know? And so it's quick, you can just do it like this. It doesn't take a long time. We really should run the commands, right? So we should do this in parallel. But I'm almost done here, so maybe it's no use in hopping. So actually, so we have this. This is a level 2. So setting permissions on PEM file. it should have its own header here. So we get the same structure. This will give us the same here. So it's the same as the instruction. Then we have connecting. And that was not working. Now.
Forever grateful that you got me into using Obsidian equals D.
Great, great. Yeah, Obsidian is great, really. It is. So now this header will actually be useful too, because there's a tiny bit of more information than we have in this header, right? And now we can see here we have a header for these two. So looking more similar to this. Then the next one is upgrading. Let's copy this. So SSH Linux, Windows. And we'll grab a screenshot for Linux too. And this is what I had. Upgrading to full Kali with GUI. Yeah, so here I actually took this header here and I moved it up there. So it's already the right one. I removed the step 1 too because it's like different size steps. So we need to connect back, but let's do one test first, and that is confirm that this works, right? So we're going to enable inheritance with GUI, because we did this yesterday and it worked to connect fine, and that's what I did last time too. So now we want to try and see if this is enough, or if we need to delete other permissions. I think that should be enough. That's why I put it there. Yeah, partial. We just want some partial. And we have a history here, don't we? Alright. Yeah, it's actually here. Let's put the path to the PEM file here. But we actually don't want that. Alright, right now I know where we were. We were in CD downloads, AWS, and this is where I put the file. So, why did I say I do this with GUI? Because I want to see it, right? This is what GUI is better for. Those AWS meetup I had yesterday was great fun. I had images, put it on LinkedIn if you want to see. Yeah, my LinkedIn is in there somewhere. On Twitch, at least. So, desktop AWS. No downloads, of course. So, here. So this is why I put it in a separate folder, so we could right click and take screenshots of everything. So we're going to enable inheritance and apply. Yeah. And now we have full control. Just confirming here. So this one is not inherited, so let's remove that one. So now we have just the inherited permissions, not the one we added. So let's OK on that.
Kato says, meow.
Meow. Welcome in. So let's see here. I'm just hopping up here, and now we will get an error message. Because the PEM file is too much permissions. Yeah. Do you know why it doesn't work? Because I didn't start it. Need to start it first. So let's just start this one.
A little bit quiet today.
Oh. Let's boost it a bit. So chat more and I'll check the volume. I increased it a bit. I think it's more that my mic is louder,
Meow.
actually. Meow. Is it better? Or am I just talking too much constantly? Never happened before.
Fixit says.
Test.
Kato says. Yeah. You are very loud and TTS very quiet. Still too quiet.
Okay, let's pull it up more. So another test.
Fixit says.
Testing.
Is it better? So I can show you the volumes. Actually, we can hop over to this screen now. So if you can see I'm kind of up here. Because I tried to match the other mic. This is the one in my ear that
Kato
I'm
says.
using.
It's better. Still not same volume but loud enough.
Okay, I hate it myself when TTS is like, I mean, listening to like someone else that uses TTS in the car, and I can only hear the person, and I can't raise it because I'm like deaf from them speaking. So, is it okay now? Let's see. Test again.
Madam Fabulous says.
I think it's a good volume emo.
Fixit says.
Testing, testing.
Is it good?
Kato says. Good.
Okay.
THX.
Great. Yeah, it's actually a bit loud for me now. So I have this a bit higher probably then. That's the problem with the in-ears. You're not as like, you can't take that much noise. So let's just select this one. It was so slow I didn't even... let's start it. So we created this one yesterday. So what I did before, I just deleted to make sure that I don't get to pay anything, you know. It still takes storage there. I have to check out the storage.
Madam Fabulous says.
I like having a mixer with back channels.
Kato says. You know the mini DIN 6 ports?
6 pins. Yeah. The normal one, right? Like you used for video signals.
Like the old PS/2 ports.
Yeah.
Those are mini DIN 6.
So let's do a quick. It's starting there. It's probably done already. Mini DIN 6. I'm kind of curious for uses now. Yeah, so this is probably for video. So any special thing about it? Now I'm curious, you know. I can't continue before I know what you want. Yeah, these look more like, yeah, PS2. Not an extension, but a two-way one. Right, for like KVMs and stuff. I throw so much stuff away. I had KVM switches with VGA. I'm like, oh yeah, we'll very much use this ever.
My radio had issues getting the audio to my sound card because the sound card only uses 4 pins. Okay. One of the 2 not connected pins is the output I needed.
That's annoying. But I guess you have some other... So the sound card only uses 4 pins, but the radio uses 6 pins then. You'll have to make your own converter. Just grab one of those cables that have same connector, cut it in the middle and attach them. Or like one with enough cables and use another input or something, right? We could do that. Quick solution. Yeah, I should grab another bite of my lunch. Late lunch. Grabbing the IP. Yeah.
So I
Did
destroyed
say
a pretty
that?
old mainboard, Intel Atom D525MW board, to get those two ports used for mouse and keyboard to make an adapter out of it.
Okay. Oh yeah, you didn't have to buy a cable. Oh, nice. I'm thinking, did I have a screenshot of this? That's what I'm thinking. So we need this IP address here, right? Make sure to note down the IP address.
Had two of these, one was never used and one is laying around for the last 2 years. So I destroyed the never used one.
Okay. I'm like a working mainboard, destroying it. Sacrilege. Nah. I like desolder stuff too. So, didn't it add another line? I don't know how much space we want there, whatever. Let's go back down to, let's use this side now. I noticed this actually from when I exported it to the web, that it did this one. I was like, why is there an empty thing there? Because I hadn't like checked something, or I'd unchecked something or something with the generation, I think. But on some page, I think I saw something.
Well,
I'm like,
never
oh,
used
that
by
exists.
me. Those were old boards of mini PCs.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's trash, use it for stuff, right? Of course. So now we're going to switch IPs, which is like not pretty in a guide. But this is already an older one. Screenshots will have different IPs. Whatever. I'm like, I copied the IP address, and we're going not here, but to PowerShell with that. So there. Quite similar. And this is the error message we get. It is the machine that complains, not SSH. It is the machine that complains that we have an unprotected private key file. Or for some reason it doesn't complain here, at least when we tried when the machine didn't exist. Removing permissions for unknown. Oh no. This is I used the hard drive before I reinstalled Windows. So the funny thing is that shouldn't every Microsoft account have a unique one? I said, wouldn't that be logical? So when you reinstall, you get the same one? No, obviously not, right? Because this was my before I reinstalled Windows. account. Now we're supposed to run these commands and test that it actually works. And let's use this. Setting permissions on the PIM file in Windows. Let's do command line. That sound looks so big and annoying, but... So we're going to do iCackle's file PEM inheritance R. Let's copy it. And let's change the file name to Kaliki. So we can't make an instruction without checking that it actually works, right? Even if I think it works. So we're going to turn inheritance off. Oh, dash, not dot. Successfully processed one file. And then we do...
We still say just ops.
Oh my god, sorry. There. Right, I just remembered. Yesterday I actually recorded... I'm probably not gonna use it, but on my other OBS I just recorded it without my camera or anything on the hard drive. So let's start this again. Yeah, let's just start recording this. And the mic is obviously on. So then I have a copy if we do something and I want another screenshot and I forgot, I don't have to redo everything. So it's always nice to have a clear video of it. If I do a YouTube video, which I think I will, then I will just redo everything, of course, but still, you know. Setting permissions on PEM file. So let's grab that later. Let's just do the other one too. So good that I forgot to switch screens then. You reminded me to actually, I think I will change it to Kaliki because we used Kaliki. Kaliki. I used that in my video, or in my screenshot, I mean. Kaliki. So, and the screenshots are when we create it. Here, I use Kaliki, so it's like logical.
Launch state Q2'10, max. 4 GB DDR3 SODIMM, 1.8 GHz
So
Intel Atom
this
processor.
requires
Note
me
C, only
reading.
mini card for Wi-Fi, 1 PCI slot.
Okay. Yeah, that's like much better than our Minecraft server. Well, it has 8 gigs of RAM. I totally like
So too
using
old for
all the
anything
memory.
useful.
That's quite a good... If it's tiny, it could be a good Linux server for something. Definitely. Probably better than some VMs I have here. It would help with heat in the winter time. I'll mute next time, okay? Sorry. So let's run it. Ow. Why is it like that? I mean, Oh gosh. No, this doesn't help, does it?
Maybe for a guard home and other small low requirement services. You want the second one? It has the full 4 GB RAM in it.
Ah, cool! That's a lot of memory. I mean, I wanted a computer with a 20 megabyte hard drive. Let's say it didn't have 20 megabytes of RAM. Yeah, so I have a lot of laptops that are really old, so I'll probably throw some out actually. But I've also been thinking maybe we could do something cool with the screens. Or maybe like just have like the one that's actually taken out from the wardrobe again. So we have a quite reasonable, useful laptop with a screen, which is no longer a laptop, but just I'm thinking of putting it in a little clear box or something, like plastic, acrylic. We'll see. So the use, someone talked about maybe I can use it for a home automation system. I don't know. We'll see what we'll do. But something that requires some kind of graphics, otherwise it will be kind of waste to have a screen on it. So what stupid thing did I do? Let's
It has like 2 SATA ports.
Oh, that's cool. You can use it for storage. That's enough to have just a storage server. Connect some drives on there, and you have something. Google. I was going for Google. Hi, Cackles, Pam. Let's just give an example. Nah, or maybe I think.
From Sweden,
Rant
right?
R. Yeah. Let's actually go back and do this. Oh, that's what I want an example of, not just generally something. Yeah, this is what we want. Or for 600. Path reset. Path ground R. Path. Oh, look, here they have a better one.
Okay, then it's 13 euros shipping for that thing. If you want it, that is.
Oh, thank you, but it's okay. Maybe you have someone, like some kid or something that want to play with stuff. Maybe have some local meetup or something with younger people that want to have stuff to play with. So
I don't even have a case for it, just the bare mainboard lol.
Okay. Yeah, but don't underestimate kids. The colon, it was not part of it. Yeah, that's a read permission. So that worked fine. So let's update notes. This is why we test notes, because they were not good. So I'm like, is this a web page? No, it was my notes. So that was probably... now I kind of want to do it on the command line too. So now it's PowerShell instead. Not to be... Before I was like thinking anything.
My old MacBook got a new purpose yesterday, installed Dragon OS on it.
Okay, so I've never had a Mac, but how old is it? Let's make a screenshot.
Mid-13.
Okay, like 2013?
Yep.
Yeah, that's probably the age of this computer. Let's see. Yeah, so tell me about Dragon OS. So here we have the thing I want to screenshot of. I restarted, of course, so I have to... I usually restart before stream now, just to make sure we don't crash for no reason. ShareX. Alright, I could have closed that. Whatever. Let's I'll make a screenshot, so I have to grab the full line, my gosh. So there. That was a bad tab. Nah, I'm changing my mind. Let's put it here. And then we do the other one. It won't be very visible that it's two different ones. Though this one is longer, so it will be. But it doesn't matter. And let's make a new line there. Because it looks prettier.
You need to read it yourself. I put an exclamation mark in front to not overwhelm TTS.
Okay. But you don't have to worry about that. Dragon OS has verified support for a... Oh, okay, so there was two. Just send them again without exclamation marks. I don't want to read it all aloud, and I want it to be loud, right? Go for it.
Okay.
You don't want to have to worry. It's just if you feel like chatting to someone else and don't want me to hear it or to be heard on stream.
What is Dragon OS and why do you want it? The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Dragon OS is the straight line between you and software-defined radio. It leverages the portability, security, and power of Ubuntu Linux as a delivery package and operating environment for a pre-installed suite of the most powerful and accessible open-source SDR software. Dragon OS has verified support for a range of inexpensive and powerful SDR hardware, including RTL SDR, Hack RF1, Lime SDR, Blade RF, and many others.
Okay, cool. So, I don't know much about it. Tell me more about software-defined radio. Tell me more. I need to know more. So, now we have the permissions back. So, let's just connect again.
So its primary use is amateur radio stuff.
So, should I grab a new screenshot? We already have one, but we have a new IP. Is it confusing? No, I don't think so, because we won't have the IP in any more screenshots. So now we've connected with SSH again. We just did this to confirm that this was correct, and it didn't work as I had it, so it's good to have done it. So now we're done with that. Let's go to connecting to the AWS VM using SSH. Connect using connect. Now we can do connect from Linux and connect from Windows, because we have a header and it's not that far apart, so we can still see it. Connecting. So as I have my little one, I'm updating here. Connecting from. So we have connecting from in all three, so it's like I think it's easier to read things and understand if it's like the same format. If we would call it different things all the time. So, screenshot of login on Linux. We haven't done that yet. We haven't put the PEM file there either. So we can, this is still the to do. Let's actually put to do here. To do there. And then we have the screenshot already from Windows. What I didn't do was to explain why we need to do this.
Fixerbot says,
Thanks for the lurk the
PEM
best
file.
for me.
Thanks for the like. As the PEM file is a secret file that gives you permissions. SSH won't connect unless it has secure permissions. Since the PEM file is a secret file that gives you permissions, SSH won't connect unless it has secure permissions. Do we need a screenshot? I don't think so. I think that's enough explanation, right? I mean, we could screenshot. I just showed it right here. Maybe it's good to have this. Let's grab it. We don't have to do make a Linux version 2, right? But the connection I want in both, because people may think this is probably just for Linux or something, because it's the same command in PowerShell, which is very nice. It's probably, I wonder if SSH has is it an alias? No, I need to know. Now let's finish the screenshot first. So we need a F4 and let's give an example. Ah, that's a bad example here with unknown. This makes me make this text instead. So, as we don't have a mix here, it's just one. We can show this in this way instead, and we can remove the bad permission suggestion. Let's actually just remove this, because I think it's more confusing than helping to have an unknown there. Warning, unprotected private key file. Okay, I will I will fix a better error message. Come on, I clicked you. So I really think I should have a password on that. So the quickest thing is to iCackle's inheritance. What happens if I do this? Yeah. Just don't know what it does. So what did they do? They did R, but they did this after. So EDR. R disable, enable E. So it's the R that made me think, is this like some read, write, whatever strange thing? Oh, remove. Only inherited. And this is the copy option that copies them. Yeah. So E for enable. So let's enable it. I tried not enough options. And then we SSH and we get the correct message. Oh, this one is still there. I'll fix that. I'll fix it like generally instead. So no, right. I still have dual boot. We'll solve it by just doing the interacy command with the D option, and then we go to the file and remove manually because it's quickest. Sharing, my god, why did I click sharing? And we remove this account that doesn't have a name again. Yeah, I thought I had disabled inheritance. So now we're going to copy this time and remove only that one. So now it will still be too much permissions. I will get the proper error message. Oh. So obviously It should have worked now. I thought I didn't click OK. It's the right directory, it's the right file. We right click and check the permissions again. And we only have this account and these 3 accounts now. There's no... Well, it doesn't update it. I'll just continue with what I was going to do then and skip the GUI and new screenshot bit. Because obviously it is still still has too much text. Authenticity of hosts cannot be established. So I'm leaving it as this is what it will look for them if they do it, right? Except for the count. So it looks right. Sorry for all this mess. How long have I been messing with this? An hour, I'm sure. So let's continue. No, I didn't, of course, but all the mess, I mean. From start of stream, I should have started with the things we really want to do quicker. Let's actually grab the file as we have it up. And we also have the VM. So I can GUI drag this to this. So now we have it here too. Oh, I'm just leaving it there. Let's grab a new. More CTF stuff left. Yeah, right. So let's just cd desktop. And there we have it. So let's just mod it. And do I want a screenshot of this? I don't think I took a screenshot on Windows. Am I overdoing it with the screenshots, right, guys? I think so. So here, this is because it's Windows and Windows is messy, right? So I don't need, we think we need it for a simple Chmod, do we? Is it just me that thinks that Chmod is the logical easy thing? Probably, right? Typing on the wrong screen. So, Kelly key pen. And now these permissions, read permissions for other users are gone. I think this is a good screenshot because it actually gives knowledge. So let's do that. And it will not be as mega short to the section, which I don't mind if it's short, if it's good enough. I mean, if it gives all the information. So, oh, darn. What was it? Is it, what number is it? Is it 2? No. I definitely don't know. Of course it's 4. 644. That's one of the the basic ones, right? 644. I've done that lots of times. So now we have the permissions back, and I'm gonna LSL, and we don't get the other files. You know, the dot and dot. That's just confusing for like newbie. And then we do this, and then we do LSL. But we never do LSL, so it's now F4. And let's grab this screenshot. So you can clearly see how the permissions are changed to be private for only this user. So, there. We list the permission, we change the permissions, and we list the permissions. So it's easy to see. And the Windows bit is already finished, and the GUI bit we did yesterday. And then we have connecting to AWS. Is this the current IP? No, right? So oh, let's pull this to the end. This is a Proxmox. So we can see our VM that we're using. 3 days uptime. Meaning it's been warming up the room, where it's currently 29.5 degrees. I should move it to the room for the heat. It's in the cupboard though, so maybe it'll overheat. Just on the other side of this room there's like a wardrobe. Which is not a wardrobe, it's tools and stuff. Electronics. Boxes with things to scavenge. Get some cool stuff from, probably. But actually I found there one of the rotors that we've been looking at hacking. So the real old one. We should continue those things too. But IP address, you just want the IP. And back to Linux. Notes. Sorry. Notes. Update. So I just realized something. Use your IP address. I still think it's better to have an IP address there than not to do it. Connecting from Windows. Okay, we have to copy stuff. Move stuff. Move stuff here. It's further down. Oh yeah, now we can actually just copy this, so I don't have to type. We're in the right directory, and I forgot how to paste. Oh. What did I call the file? I should remember, right? Kali key. That's fun when you can scroll in another window and then you hop back. I'm just editing the theme in the notes, so it's consistent. Kali key, and So it can't find the file, but it still does a fingerprint. Oh, this is so annoying. I want that in the screenshot. Let's just leave it out. I don't want to like restart the whole VM just to fix a better screenshot. Let's just, though it might be confusing. Should I edit it again?
VR Mechatronics says, "Hey, how is going?"
It's going good. I only forgot to change the file name here, so then we accepted this. Right, we can remove them again. Right. How do I do that? How are you doing, VR? Hope everything is good. I have to Google this because I don't think I ever did. Remove SSH fingerprint. But I kinda did similar things. Known hosts.
Yes, I almost have all needed parts for finish my project.
Ah, very cool. The 3rd version or something, right? So I don't want to do that manually. I want a command. SSH key in. Yeah, this is what we want. Original content retained as
Yes, train
old.
6-pack in VR environment, travel and gaming.
Train 6-pack in VR environment, travel and gaming. Oh, it's what is the name is of your product, right? So let's just SSH keygen R, and then let's grab the IP. And okay, so that's not how it is. So I don't think it's worth the trouble, right? We have 2 options. We have screenshot and we have text. So I'm going to grab both and decide later.
Yes, good QS, and I have bring up name for my invention.
Ah, nice. So have you? What are your plans? You going to continue selling them like now, or did you plan to contact some company? Oh, this is also annoying. So, and we can just exit and connect again, and we get a clearer screenshot. So I want this bit in there. So, and hopefully someone who's new won't care that it's like a few letters different from theirs.
Now is plane makes 6 pieces Model 3 and 6 pieces Model 3 Slim.
Okay. You should make like a website where people can buy them. You'll get a lot of orders and you can employ people. Really start the company, right? Get the patents that we talked about or something. Yeah, something like that. So you have some kind of security that it's your idea. Maybe I should have had these blue like it's the default is. Maybe this is confusing. So, Linux, Windows.
The next step is to prepare the subscription papers for the customers.
Okay, yeah. You're slowly going one step at a time. Yeah. That's great. Very cool. Very cool. So, I think I had something more on Windows. Getting started in Windows PowerShell. Oh look, we actually have it here. VNC on the Windows. So this bit here. That's
during construction I made 2 improvements.
Okay. Nice. So most stuff here was in case I had any more instructions alongside this, but this is just the same, but as text. I think we can just delete it. It's more colorful like this, in the right way, kinda, you know. Then we have, oh my, connecting from Linux. Yeah, let's do this thing, which I don't have to change, which is a bit funny, right? You can just copy it from Linux, because it's actually identical. Or Windows PowerShell. So this is PowerShell, right? So if we do command prompt and we paste, right. Let's just do that. Nice. So the problem is that we didn't find the key because it's in downloads, AWS, and unprotected. I didn't fix it back, did I? I thought I did. Because it's already, it has no inheritance. The permissions, when we did the copy, we got local permissions were the same. So that's why it doesn't work to just run the command. We have to manually delete all of them, and that's quicker here. So we can enable inheritance because it's actually turned off, and this one is back, and we remove these and we apply. And now I'm curious if this is enough to have full control for ourselves. or if it actually requires lower permission. So obviously it works also in... So SSH is just a program that exists in Windows now. And it works the same as in Linux. Because I know that it also works with the uppercase L option to forward ports. So that's nice. Let's exit though. And just close that. So we didn't have to set the permissions for ourselves. But we will need to add our permission. Because we did the command, let's see. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking now that I did too much. Let's see, where is this? Sorry for messing. Maybe we'll just delete this bit. What I'm thinking is that it's nice to yeah, I actually left it at full control there too. So we don't have to change anything. What I mean, to go back to the Windows PowerShell version here, that here we just give it read, right? But it's okay to give full permissions. They give the user permissions. That's enough. Read is enough, but it can be full and it's still okay. We can close that now. Yeah, I really feel like I'm dragging this out. Sorry, very much sorry. So we have the connect bit. And now it's going to start with what I was actually going to start with after like 2 hours of
Model 3
this.
Slim I made for trailer, and if someone can't drill ceiling, then can use garage with VR on trailer.
Cool. I'd really like to see images of them to VR. If you wouldn't mind, I would love some images. What they look like when they're like finished and set up, and maybe even used. That would be cool. So I have like an image in my head, but I don't know if it's anywhere near where it is. And yeah, since I haven't even really played 3D games, VR games, I don't know much what you possibly could do when you have that kind of movement possibility. And how is it controlled? I mean, if you like walk, you said you could walk, right? It's treadmills. So how will that control transfer to the game and things like that? I'm very curious. Yeah, let's just run this on it. We can connect on Linux. Which screenshots are prettier? Linux ones, right? Because it's... I set maybe my PowerShell to dark. It goes so very gray. Oh. Right. I'm like, oh, I want to SSH. But I'm already on there.
Move your leg sideways by 40 centimeters, rotate it vertically by 120 degrees, and you run just like on skis.
Okay. So I realized that there's the other screen that I'm actually saving what I do on. I'm trying to drag the... We have to drag the whole VM. So I don't think we will need this, but I'm actually gonna swap and put the notes on the right side. As I'm recording this in the second OBS. And we're just going to run the normal commands here. So as you can see, there's no history here really. Oh, I ran this on the wrong machine. That's why it didn't work. Whatever, I don't care now. We're done with the screenshots. I want to do the stuff. And this is nothing complicated. It just will take some time and we can like do something else meanwhile. Yeah, that's pretty, right? I could have just arrowed up at once. Sudo apt update. Did it say there? Yeah, good. So my notes are correct. And this command doesn't take that long. It's the others that might. And now we will have a video saved of this without any like clocks or me on top too. So I don't have to redo this like this. So now we have Kali, Linux, default. And this is default Kali. Of course, right, we could default.
You know, if I do it on a 10 to 20 trailers, I don't need a warehouse and additionally maybe a tourist city servant.
You don't need a warehouse. Okay. Oh, right, so right now you need a warehouse. And if you make them like tinier or something, then you don't need to. So now we're installing stuff on the AWS Kali machine, which didn't have any actual... It was a very tiny Kali installation. It's very, very tiny. For obvious reasons, right? We probably don't need much. Or might not need much. So now we're just making sure that the instructions work. We're not grabbing screenshots of this. Or maybe we should, like the top of it. I guess we let it go. It's not like
You can mount Model 3 on the ceiling in your apartment, but the Model 3 Slim can be mounted on a trailer or van.
Okay. So, keyboard. So, we want Swedish. And just normal Swedish, please. So Latin 1. Specify the machine should be set up to run automatically every time a network device is brought up or down. Default is no, so let's do that. Reboot. So we use the default, I'm thinking. dump cap can install to capture packets. Recommended over alternative of running Wireshark T-Shark directly as root. Okay, so dump cap is a version which is like using capabilities or loading line instead, right? So let's just use the default. I'm actually not gonna read that one carefully. Restarted. Restart without asking, yes. Not the default on that one. So I'll actually take the opportunity to this is getting dry. So we have done this. This is running. We could have given a rough estimate. Anyway, if you just want a headless, you can just do this, headless instead. So this will still install stuff. It's even tinier than this, the AWS version. So so we just run the GUI too after this. And I did a lot of experimenting to get to this point, because if you just install normal, it has to be Kali, you know, you can't just install XFC, for example. It has to be the Kali one. So you will get the right desktop look and everything for Kali, and the menus. So it'll continue for a bit. Well, let's hop over here and let's bring this with us. So this one has obviously been quite stable now, right? What happens if I move it to the other room? Will it start crashing? We could like start more stuff. Well, let's check for updates. So first I went and did normal command line, but maybe this is good enough. So obviously updating the main machine shouldn't kill anything. But this is the first time I've really seen updates. Yeah, we'll have to make a cluster too. Have another machine where we can hop stuff over to. So this one has 16 gig RAM. And this machine has 8. Right, I set it to 8 without flexibility now, right? No, it's flexible and it's still not crashing. No? 2.8? That's odd. Oh, advanced. There. I'm like, it doesn't look like it usually does. It doesn't look like that. So here's the 2. So it is 228. That's what it uses. So it's using 569. I wonder if that's what it uses off the server or what it's actually using in it. Or if it has like a limit, oh, I increase 1 gig per, or I keep this. Anyway, it said that this doesn't work well in Windows, the flexible size. So the Windows machines doesn't have that. This is our 80 server. It has 2 gigs of RAM. We tried making it no GUI, headless, but it's still graphical, you know, you can start all the tools and everything. So I thought that having a it's called desktopless, I think. So having the desktop doesn't make that much difference. So it's 95%. So we can also install the full. I'm curious about what I wrote on that. This is still installed and stuff. So we have to do this next. So as I'm filming that screen, that's why I don't want to have this on top there. If you just want a headless server, I've not tested this. I guess there's no reason to hop ahead, but we're going to do Kali Desktop XFCE, and this is done. If it takes time, we can do something else. I'll actually bring my plate down, and hopefully this is done when I'm done. And I'll also check in with my other kid that I didn't give food. Oh, it finished. Great. So then we can just run the second one. Let's just type sudo apt install Kali Linux XFCE. So that's not good. Oh, it's called Kali Desktop. So I should actually read before I type. Yeah, I read about the structure of the things. So now we have 17 gigs available of 30. Because we set it to 30, right? So if we had kept it as the default, I don't remember what it was. Let's check that while we wait, because it's just 4%. So the default disk size is obviously at the top of this document somewhere. So why is it so many clicks? By the way, it has 1 gig of RAM, so this is not as good as your motherboard. So the key here, 12 is the default. So we would have been running out already. Even though we're not using, I don't think this is a full one. This is the default Kali one. A free tier eligible customer, we can get up to 30. I'm thinking maybe I'll do like some Proxmox. So this is not fun to do in this. It's no highlighting. You get so spoiled by having highlighted type code, you don't want to do anything that's not. I won't open code now. So why did I have this document up? Let's just close it. Oh, 88. 90. 93. 95. Almost there. Maybe we'll do on the RSS feed script. where it reads news for us, or maybe we'll... yeah, AI is the plan, right? Set up make a local AI. That might be the plan. So... oh gosh. Sorry, I started phone link before to grab images from yesterday. So it's not supposed to be running. Oh, I can't probably stop that. Semi, yes. So streaming stuff, what's this? What's this? Oh gosh, I have to like stop these things. Someone said the game was fun and I installed it, but I haven't even looked at it, so as it was free. I don't remember what the game it was either. There's like a shortcut somewhere on my desktop. Maybe we'll do gaming later, depending on if my family wanna watch a video, like a movie or something. Should we reboot? Let's check what other things I have set to do. Connecting, upgrading. Yeah. Actually, let's put these at this level so it doesn't look funny. So there. It's dirt on my screen. Yeah. It looked like it was an arrow almost. Or rather a white dot there. So we have done this. And this is an alternative way to do it. But I'm kind of thinking it's nice to reboot now anyway. But we have alternatives here. We have RDP and we have VNC. Let's start with VNC. So here actually this is connecting from Linux. Right, I was going to delete that, I didn't. So this is a new header for our here. So I actually deleted or Windows. We can keep Windows. From Linux or Windows. I don't want to save that. It's just my fingers doing Ctrl S without me thinking about it. So that's good enough. It's just one subheader there. That's okay. And then we have this, which is a short section because we're just upgrading in different ways. And then we have to decide, how do we want to connect first? Do we want to do, you know, why is git clone obsidian public here? Because I want to clone it to this machine. No, why would I want that? Let's just delete this bit. I think I might have overridden something here. like pasting in here and thinking I was pasting in the command line or whatever. I don't know why I would paste that. Maybe I was typing. Or maybe I actually thought that I wanted it synced there. But now I have it on the web page too. I don't think I need it. So this is the Obsidian public. I'm thinking of making one for my, like, the folders I have in my user directory. And also my history in Kali. But that's private stuff. But maybe I don't want to have some of those things on GitHub, like my VPN keys for Hack the Box and Track Me stuff anyway, so yeah, so I'm gonna go check on the kids, bring my plate down. I'm kind of thinking, my brain wants to restart the machine, so let it decide. Let's just do it. I'm gonna check on the kids too, as I said, so sudo reboot. Maybe we should add this to the instruction. It's always nice when you have done this much updates to do a reboot, to make sure that everything is like really up to date. Let's add it here. And I will add text, right? So this is just what we do. Maybe I'll add subheaders for this. Installation of Kali with the GUI. On AWS VM. We have to put that there or I will faint. And this is a 2 level, so this will be a 3 level. And here we have installation of headless Kali. So installation of NVIDIA drivers. So then we have VLC installation connect of RDP. Oh, I thought I deleted this, but I just copied it. As I wrote this when I did it, that's the order that I did it the first time, because Linux is like the first one. So let's hop back here and actually connect again. And that's not very quick. So the Proxmox installation is done, and we need to reboot to activate the new thing on the Proxmox server, but we'll do that later. So we need to reboot the Proxmox server. Proxmox virtual environment. It's just called PB server. So there we go. I connected back. So it's not, of course, the quickest machine ever, as it has a free VM on the cloud with 1 gig RAM and everything. And now we installed GUI on it. So we don't have GUI here though, because we need to be able to access it another way than by the command line. Right, so it's time to install VNC. So we will do this extremely soon. I'll just go check on the kits. So it's done. Oh, so this thing complained about the battery. Better switch. So he already got something to eat. Ah, sorry. It's still spring. Let's go. Right, so we're now gonna connect with the L option to use SSH to make a tunnel, you could say, so that when we connect to our 59.1 on the local machine, like Linux or Windows, we go to the 59.1 on the other machine. So we will have to explain that too in the text here, right? And I should probably split these. Here we use L, and then I'm gonna add more text, like what I said. Install VNC. We need to reboot there, so let's put it yeah, up, start it. That's what we do. Start VNC. And this is close. We'll see. So I guess stop is better. Stop. And here I have a comment because I wrote this before we had these spaces in between. Let's do that like that for now. So we have the basics. And this is where we want this. And I have VNC first. So that needs to be like this, but this is the same for both. And I stopped myself from doing Control F. So so maybe we shouldn't make a full installation instruction here, right? But we will probably do this because I installed Windows. So now this is a little bit more structured, so let's actually run it. So we're going to stop our connection and we're going to add this one. But we really don't need to do it until we reboot it, so maybe that's a logical way to have the instruction too, because we still need to reconnect here. And that also makes these 4 level headers. 2, 3. Yeah, 3 level header. Install. Yeah. Install, start VNC, and they're like not much here. Starting and stopping. So installing we just do once, and then we start and stop. I might just change this back to have this line on top so we can explain it before we get into the installation. Yeah, I'm changing my mind. It's too much. It's too little things in the sections. So let's just let the connections be. I know. Installation, right? Installation. Stopping and starting the service. Installing. VNC service. And the name of it doesn't matter. This is an example of one that is easy. So I might add her. Remember, we also need the SSH connection running and have the security of its PEM file. So this is also a reminder that they need to start this again, right? Maybe I should have it there anyway. Yeah. Stop VLC. Maybe we should have like a general connect, but it will be when we connecting from Windows or connecting from. We'll do it in these two. Should I? So, let's do VNC before I start the next section. And this is a header without a header marking. So now we can see that in here too. Remote desktop protocol. So my brain, I don't remember VNC. You usually don't read what VNC stands for. Didn't even virtual network computing. Yeah. Let's have the name in there, though no one ever uses it. No. connecting with GUI. I'll think about that. We would indent all of this if we go that way, or if we put it here and here, because it's not obvious now what we're doing. What does this mean if you never heard it before, you know? Or we do RDP first just because it's explaining the names. That's what it does. Yeah, I should just I should chat less. I should talk less. And just do it. So let's do I'm lazy, I'm not typing. And we're going to grab screenshots, of course. I'm quite sure I clicked enter there. Yeah. Let's give it a sec. And actually, oh. So, what's my hobby? Sorry. How long did we talk, really? So, let's see. So, I'm like, what was that? Where? Maybe 10. Ah. Oh, right. So all the connects from yesterday is still, I'm still getting LinkedIn people, new connects from AWS meetup yesterday. So he had to stay and fix some firewalls. I'll just 2 seconds to play. Att det fanns lite choklad kvar här. So it's disappointed we're not eating pizza. I'm gonna give them some chocolate that I noticed that, oh gosh, this is so melted. They actually have chocolate left. I was like, oh my god, how am I gonna not eat this? Gosh. It's not like breaking, it's just... Vad vill du, Lobban? So I bribed my kid with chocolate. No, we've had the pizza like every week since the Thai place went bad. So on the Fridays, and that's like too much. So he's too used to it too. And he grows a lot. He's like much taller than me, and he's not a tiny boy anymore. 14. And I did click on this, and obviously nothing happened, right? So my fingers want to shift Control T, but it doesn't work in Windows. Oh, we're not in Windows. This is like, oh. So it is not the AWS that is gone. It's my Proxmox server. So let's try a VNC connection. So it is there. It kind of looks similar. Yeah, I just can't see it. But can I click something here? Yeah, I could. Yeah, and it's starting on the other one too. So I thought it froze again. It's done that before. So it is up. So let's start another one here then. We can connect with SSH again to the same one. And see if we can see what's up. So this shouldn't happen, that it just stops. And it didn't happen last time. So what does this mean? Yeah. So the program is obviously not frozen in any way. So why can't I open a new tab? And now I could, but it didn't work to click here. Can I click here now too? Yeah. This is like funny. Very funny behavior. And I can scroll. So what if I click enter now? Something with the keyboard had like locked there. Something odd happened with the keyboard. So it didn't actually send the new line even. So it's already installed because we did the other updates. But we have the different installation options before, you know. Hmm. 110 not updating. We can update later if we want to. Well, let's go to the instructions. Our installation instructions. So after the installation, I have set reboot. I don't exactly remember why, but now we did already reboot and it didn't want to install. So I'm actually going to skip it, but leave it in the instruction, because if you did like a headless Kali, you wouldn't have this installed probably, right? Not that you would want it, but you know what I mean? We don't know what people selected to do. So for VNC, we want this installation line here. So now we run this. So, and I have tested a lot of different ones. This is screen number 1. We want to see screen 1, and this is just the size of it. And ask for a password. So let's just paste this and run it. And let's put a OK password. View only password. No. So this was a bit annoying because, you know, I'm trying to make nice screenshots here. Maybe it's nice to have it there, so we have like full information. I'm gonna grab a screenshot of this so people know if it looks like the same for them. Let's put it here. And I have quite big font size. We could make it a little tinier. That's too tiny. It's about the same text size. That's what I'm thinking. So, oh, these are tinier because they're like shrunken from this. Okay. Ah, whatever. That's good. So, let's run the kill command just to have everything done. So killing a process. What I'm thinking is will this stay if we reboot? I don't think so, right? Because we actually started it manually. What about the RPC one? But that's service we enable. This is more program we run. Before we reboot, It should be at the bottom, but I just want to read everything. Screensaver. Yeah, I can't see it. Power manager. Obviously desktop and everything. Ah. So here it is. So 28, 21. So if we reboot now, interactive authentication required. So I'm thinking because we're running this program. Force. Yeah, we can of course stop the process, but you know, we want to run reboot. So let's see if force works. Need to be root. Yeah, so probably the thing is that we had permissions to reboot before, right? We didn't need to sudo it. But that was enough. We didn't need to force just sudo. Because we were running a program, maybe? We'll see when we connect back now. I don't think the service or the program is VNC running anymore. We will see. So people wouldn't start Remina from the command line, right? Was this also? No, SH. I want SH, it's prettier. Yeah, so we need to copy this bit, I think. And here's where we explain it. Then we just like reconnect with SSH. Why did I say that? Yeah, because we need to do that. I'm thinking of doing it backgrounded. But it might be nice to have a normal terminal there in a separate terminal. So I think that's good enough. Or use the GUI Tool Remino, which supports no edges, meaning it's nicer. Maybe we can do this in VNC Viewer, but I don't think I managed that. So real VNC is a useful, is a viewer. Don't give any, I haven't used it enough to have a real option, I think. It's a viewer on Windows that can do full screen. And then we just give the link. People can install Windows programs, right? So it says default option is the right one. Oh, we can do 64 only. Let's screenshot this later. Why later? Of course, this is available there for Linux too. Yeah, this is the link I had, right? Good, good. Annoying. Something like this. So I'm assuming people know how to save a file and run it, right? Oh, I did this on the wrong screen. I totally read everything. Yeah. It's not like we need to install anything. I'll just do that and click this. So I don't want a screenshot with that in there. Let's grab this. Dude. This one. So, nice feature of ShareX that we can this can be hard to see. Use real VNC viewer without signing in, right? So I was like, what did I click last time? So we don't have to sign in. And then we can just connect. Let's add one more screenshot when we have connected. Now this is on Linux still, right? So let's actually finish the Linux bit first, meaning this. So or maybe I should use Ramenum. Of course, you use both. Of course. Right.
Should a 40 centimeters sideways leg movement rotate on the vertical axis by 100 degrees or 140 degrees?
40 centimeters sideways leg movement rotate. Okay. Sideways leg, like to the side, rotate on the vertical axis. So vertical, because this would be horizontal.
Left or right?
Isn't this horizontal? It's on the horizon. Whatever. So you mean left or right? So you know what 90 degrees is, right? So why would it need a certain movement that is... I mean, if you rotate it 90 degrees from the middle, then it's like flat. So you wouldn't need it to rotate more than that. But it would be from this 90 degrees to that 90 degrees. It's 180 degrees. So, is it supposed to support? Or what is it supposed to do? So let's extend this little line here with the L. So L. So I'm just checking we're on Proxley. We're not on Kali at Kali anymore.
If you want to turn back, how many steps sideways should you take? 3.
If you want to make a 190 degrees turn, sideways.
Yes,
Like,
180.
okay, let's try. So if I'm in like not very big place. Yeah, I think 3 is enough, right? So if you just want to turn, you do like 1, 2, and then you're already... The third step is straight line for me. If I'm walking it. It's not the same in VR, right? I don't know, I never did that.
Okay, I make default 3 steps.
I'm imagining it. Okay, thank you for the trust. So, L, the port is 5901. So I always think it's funny that it's colon. There. So now we have the actual connection to VNC in there. So if we send traffic to localhost 5901, it's sent to the AWS servers 5901. And that's why it will work with VNC now. So then we do VNC viewer, localhost, colon 5901. I spelled it wrong. I'm like, that looks odd, because it's supposed to be blue. This is the difference between Z shell and PowerShell, because in PowerShell they always color the first word, independent if it's actual command or not. So I love this. I can't open display. And why do we think this is? First of all, we're on the wrong machine, right? But it should have possibly worked if we had it installed.
I do it now so that the movement of the left leg to the left and the movement of the right leg to the right compensate each other in the opposite direction, without turning.
I do it now so that the movement of the left leg to the left and the right leg to the right compensate each other in the opposite direction. Yeah, so I don't know all of your details how it's working, but I'm sure it's good. So let's just confirm that it's not running. Why am I doing this? Let's grep VNC, because I don't want to read it all again. So it is only our own command that is found, which means it's not started. So we need to again run the start command here. Oopsie. So now we're on starting for Windows, right? For Linux. Let's have it here. It can be in any one of them. What do you think is the most logical? To connect? No, this is on the server. Am I stupid or what? Obviously, right? Nah. You shouldn't say anything like that. I don't think I am, so. You shouldn't talk yourself down. When connected. In a separate terminal, meaning on the local machine. Local Linux machine. Better be why does it want Linux with uppercase L? Is that why it's complaining? Yeah. So there. So let's first of all, let's open a new tab and let's paste that there and confirm that VNC server closed connection. Yeah, because it's not on. But that's how it says it, probably. Now we start a server with the start command. I'm adding here, when connected, start the VNC server. Better do VNC with uppercase or it's confusing, right? And we paste there. So now we're starting it. Next desktop is starting applications serviced in. And if we do this now again, we get a question for the password instead. So just the 8 first character of this password that I chose to use. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this will still be visible. So for just to be safe, I'm gonna grab this screenshot here, and then we will click new line and tab back here. Yeah. Oh, it's not the same machine though. It's just that we need the key to connect. We need to see what it looks like externally too, right? So we need to scan it, the machine, when we're not connected, I'm thinking. Because I don't know if it is capable of doing several connections at once. So we want to make sure that it is listening and available and that we can't access it externally with just a password. Because I don't want it to. So that's the thing. So here, start, stop, security, to do, check that we can't connect externally because I don't want it to, and it might be the default that it does that, and I might have to do stuff to fix it. So it wouldn't be an odd thing to have ports open if you say open this program, right? And we're not using only this. So if the password was open, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to go through SSH. In a separate terminal on a local Linux machine. Yes, and here is where I paste. And then we do enter the selected password. And then of course we have to have a screenshot of our nice
Curious Mind, Caesar, says virtual machine is very easy to use.
Yeah. So this is a AWS one. Alright, we're supposed to be in here, and in here we tab. So this is the machine. The thing is these bars here, you see? So I want a full screenshot on this. Maybe we should show the menu of Kali. And let's make this a screenshot. I don't think my F4 will work because we are in here. Maybe it's okay just to show that. So, click. So, this is actually a Proxmox virtual machine of Kali, which is connected to a AWS virtual machine. Running. So it's a screen in a screen in a screen. Oh, I showed that when I wasn't even there. So there we have the we're in Kali UI. with a lot of tools. We need to also do a full version. I didn't have a full one. Add full Kelly tools. Well, tools doesn't have to be uppercase, right? And we're going to add that there too, because we did the Kali Linux default here. I'm quite sure I had it in the notes, but I think we're like past all the notes. It's just RDP2 to fix. So we currently like taking screenshots and stuff for this guide, and then we will add text, and then I will make a video later, not today or anything like that. So I'm thinking we might do AI when we're done with this. It depends on how slow I am doing this all. So we have a lot of tools here. So database is not very much, but we have everything here. Well, not everything, of course. Some of these tools are not GUI tools. It just puts everything here. So Wireshark, for example. A lot of the tools are not GUI tools. So I kind of just want to disconnect and do Remina too, because this is not the best option. Let's add a little comment. So as you can see, there are scroll bars. So let's do Remina, but now we have to hop back here. We're going to close this, and this is the other Kali. So tight, you can see here, it doesn't have any options or anything really, right? Let's see. There is a full screen here. I have no clue how to get out of it though. So this needs to be added. And we need to have also here. I can see there are scroll bars. To use full screen. To get rid of them, select full screen from the upper left corner menu, which I just learned. So what I'm worried about is, how do I close this one now without closing this one? Is there like some kind of thing in some kind of corner that I can access, like on top? I can't access anything there, right? So I can of course close this, and then the window will become tinier, but that's not how you want to exit a VM. So now we have to Google. We need to find out how to exit VNC viewer full screen. exit, VNC, viewer, full screen mode. Oh, WTF. I'm swearing here. No, it's not typing again. Ah. We had problems before, right? With the keyboard. Yesterday I had problems too. That was the first time. So I'm gonna close this, which won't affect what's on there. It's supposed to close, yeah. And we were making screenshots there. And now, see, can I type? Yeah. So that is the problem. Yeah, let's start it again. Spice. The Spice client is what's breaking my keyboard. So we're connected back here, but we have the other Kali as full screen, so we couldn't really even see that, could we? If you like check networks and stuff though, I think we could probably find out quite quickly that we're actually on AWS here and not on the actual Kali. Also the background, this is not the one I use. I have a purple one. Big surprise. So I started it again at once because I want to make sure that I can still type, right? Yeah. So if keyboard seems totally locked, I just restart Spice. And that happened yesterday and today only. So, bye. Yeah, that cannot be connected to my audio, my mic problems really, but it's both USB. But I haven't been running this all the time, I had mic problems. And the mic works now, just by itself, it started working again. I was going to call Microsoft today about the mic. Or like, when I started complaining about it, it worked again. So tell your mic that it's supposed to work and it starts working. Exit, PNC, viewer, third try. Yeah, full screen. Control Alt Shift. Control Escape. Oh, wrong screen. So when I reinstalled, I added that screen. Or rather, I had a tiny screen there before. So, Control Alt Shift F. Well, let's select this thing first. We're definitely in here, right? Nah, nothing. So, Control Escape. Press escape again, so we're in the menu. This is the one with not all the tools. So if I now do Control Escape, it just flickers a few times, and the flickering would mean that come on. I think we're actually in my menu. Are we? Yeah, look, more tools. So one control escape. And here is tight VNC, and I can't right click it or anything. I could of course abort it all with Control C in here. So if I Control Escape again. So I'm just waiting for it to... This start menu should hop up and reveal this one's control bar. So let's make a new tab. Okay. Task Manager. So obviously I didn't manage to click this program. So let's see, do I have a keyboard problem again? I can type outside of here. So now I don't know if it's my keyboard or if it's something else that's not working. So let's just use the menus, new tab, that worked fine. So I want to move this window. I need to access things underneath this bar here. Panel preferences. This is annoying. So let's always show it instead.
Supreme Overlord says hello, waving hand emoji.
Hello, welcome in. So now this one should show. So if I just Alt tab now, yeah. So I can just tab to go to this one. And now we're on the AWS VM here with not as much things in the start menu. I guess I shouldn't say start menu. Kali menu. But we can't tab back, can we? We can tab back. Okay. So then I could always close it from just Control C here. And we just have one program. But that also means when we run this VNC viewer, and we go, by the way, yeah, it's supposed to be a left click here. Left click, full screen. So now we can't see the other one, but we can tab. We can close it that way. And if we had other programs running. But what if we have several programs in here that are full screen? And I want to tab to the other one. I can't. I have to use the menu to switch between these. Because of a tab, I'm trying double thing. Yeah, that's... So, just pressing Control. So, a few controls and we have the other button up. Isn't that funny? It's not logical. So when I hold it, it just goes like this. We can see both of the bars hopping. And when I'm there, I can't tab. So if we escape, two escapes, I'm back here. And this means we're on the AWS VM. We can tab to our machine, which still has this, the normal bar. So I didn't manage to actually change the settings for this one. Not that I want it anymore, but now I'm curious. Yeah. Oh, intelligently. I should have selected never. That's what I was trying to do. So let's go intelligently. It wasn't acting intelligently, so I got annoyed with it. So let's close that. Now it disappeared. Good, good. Because what I really originally wanted was just to minimize this, to see this in background, right? But I can still tab back here. So, is this good? We can still switch between full screen apps. This is really not checking out the VM. This is if this VNC viewer is good enough. So let's exit that. I haven't set any settings or anything yet. This is a newly installed one. And we also have this. The menu and everything is in here. So it took me some time to find the right settings to get this. And also we could, just to confuse things, change the desktop. And here's also an easy way to see if you have a full... Okay, unable to load folder null. If you have full Kali, you have lots of images, like all the ever have been images. Let's put the purple one at least. So it didn't change. Come on. So we had a problem here with the directory. It's supposed to do stuff. Yeah, so there might be something that's missing, but I'm thinking I'm going to install full Kali on it, right? We just do it in several steps. We don't have all the tools that we have on our normal machine yet. We have the base Kali, not the slim one, not the full one. That's lots of gigs. Oh my god, it's warm in here. 29.3. It's just 7.6 outside, but I'm too allergic to the spring to open the window. That's annoying. Let's see if we can find another way to break out of it, because these didn't work, right? We tried Control Alt Shift F and Control Escape. Control Alt Shift F should exit. This is 2011 though. Sometimes my brain wants to do the old URL. Just start typing open. Like, no, stop. Oh, what? Yeah, that's what I assumed would hop up. So, VNC viewer on Kali. How to exit full screen mode. F8. Ah, that would be nice. So, F8. Huh. So we can also use this to I'm F8ing again now. Nothing is happening. Mouse over top center. We can't do that because we're in a VM. So this is a common problem, right? We're in a VM, we're in a Proxmox VM. So I can't access the... Though if we'd use VMware, we have a wider one, so then I could go on the side. So, what do you think? F8. Let's first of all make sure that we can type. We can type, meaning the keyboard works, and if I click F8, nothing happens. Nothing at all. Yeah! Oh, look! The mouse is dragging behind for a little bit when I click F8. Right. So... I'm like... VNC Viewer, it's just called VNC Viewer. Yeah. It's just called VNC Viewer. F8 worked once, and I selected full screen, though I already was in full screen from clicking the upper right corner menu. Oh, this was fun. I like this. Such an odd bug thingy. So we didn't think we were full screen because we didn't use the right menu, and then everything just poofed. Now F8 does nothing. By the way, so maybe this is the full screen mode that we exit by Control Alt Shift F. Control Alt Shift F. Can we now F8? No, it just freezes slightly. And nothing there. The other two.
Supreme Overlord says, can
Does
Kali
nothing.
tools be installed on other Linux distros? Example, can I install Wireshark in Ubuntu?
Yeah, of course you can. And Wireshark is not a Kali tool. It's just on Kali. But Ubuntu and Kali are both based on Debian. So Kali's just Debian with some tools and features. And Ubuntu is just Debian with some extra stuff too. So, but I wouldn't install Wireshark specifically on Ubuntu like from the Kali repo. I would just install it from. I'm sure it's in Ubuntu's too. So, let's ask that. Got it. You're using VNC Viewer. Likely to again VNC. And F8 stopped working. So escape, I'm sure I clicked. Let's try it, but for a keyboard grab, press Ctrl Alt Shift first, then F8. Now some full screen sessions grab the keyboard input blocking shortcuts. Switch to GUI. Stock input. Oh, that's things to think about another time. Alt F4. Yeah. So we can also just tab and close it, so Ctrl C. Full screen 0. Next time prevents auto full screen. Yeah, okay, so if we want to stop it. Yeah, so this is just, I'm just going to Remina next. So this is just a test, right? Can we make this as good as Remina? But I'm not a Remina fan. I prefer Terminal. So if I can do Terminal, I will. And this is Terminal. So even though we're going to a graphical interface, yeah, you know what I mean, right? So escape. A few escapes and an F8. It just slightly unlocks it there. Control Alt Shift. So we did Control Alt Shift F before. Was one of the tasks. So Control Alt F. Something happened, but we opened a file window. So it had a feature. So in Kali, Control Alt and F opens this tuner program that I'm not totally friendly with. There are terminals, they're much nicer. Switch TTY, Control Alt F2. So I don't think this is actually going to work, because I think this is as it looks on our one, right? So this is on, yeah, there's no mouse here now. Yeah, and it didn't work. That's fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There it is. So I think we changed this VM, right? Not because that's where we go when we control escape too, right? Not anymore. Alt tab. Alt tab is locked too. So Alt F4. Ooh, ouchie. So now we need to exit. We can always close it down, right? So first of all, confirm which machine are we on. We're on the one with not that many programs. Let's close all the tools. We are on the other desktop. And there was a little bug here. That we got an error message. So we need to see this one too, if we can fix it. I didn't see this one last time. So obviously we have selected the purple one and it remembers, but it's not in here. So this is totally good enough, you know. But I think I had it working last time, so it's a bit interesting. What I got before, when I tested, I didn't get the Kali look, you know, the Kali menu. I got a more just Debian look of it. Because I installed other packages. So this is good. Let's try again. Alt F4. Nothing happens. Control Escape. We're not tabbing to the other one anymore. Alt Tab. So when we F8 full screen, after that it's not been working. So we're just going to shut down the AWS VM. Authentication is required. So what I'm thinking it is, did my keys actually, were they entered? I don't think I can type. Well, okay, let's kill it. So I don't mean kill this, but let's kill this one. Stop. By the way, is there like a reboot? Let's reboot it. Because we really don't want to stop and get a new IP and everything, then we just want to reboot. So this is downloaded. We don't need that page. This was quite useless, except for actually F8 had a menu. But maybe it was that I clicked the corner first. Yeah, I can't just not do anything. I need to fix that. This one should restart, right? Meaning this. That's so annoying. So I'm locked into this thing which doesn't exist anymore. So let's just make sure it didn't freeze. No files there. So So we're gonna connect to this one again. And it still looks kind of the same. This was just an odd graphical glitch there when it wasn't full screen. So this solved another keyboard problem. Can I type? But it should have been restarted too. I don't mind restarting the Proxmox Killer machine too, but it feels very useless when this is just a full screen thing running on here. I can't tab. Right. We can always we can do this. Numlock on. Yeah. So talk about annoying, right? VNC. So nothing except for this. Okay. Whatever. We don't have anything else running. Let's just reboot it. We've been grabbing all the screenshots and everything. So so this is a Proxmox machine we're rebooting now. This is not what you want to happen to your virtual machine. this, and this being buying pizza when we usually do it, but we changed what we do. So this one. Because it turned out that I actually had done the same thing, but he had managed to do that thing and solve it, and I didn't. So I was bad luck from from doing it.
The VR treadmill is so good that new jobs and industries could be created for unemployed people to practice on it, payable in eco coins, their own currency. Hack the Planet says.
My volume is 100% and I don't hear you talking at all.
My mic died again. Darn. So that's the odd thing. Why did it stop? Did the VM steal it? The USB mic? That's interesting. Welcome in. I still think Tigara, you know. So let's make a screenshot of this now. I'm making like a guide here. So let's grab this
VR
window.
Mechatronics says. I thought you were talking on the phone XD.
Oh no, sorry. Also, I don't know when it stopped. I should have like blinking lights. So it's not like it's not muted, the mic. It's just stopped actually reacting to when I talk. So it's not muted. It just stopped going up and down. So now we're using this mic again. It's just because I said it worked. And then we have a phone call.
XD sense of timing.
So I had to think when I unmute. I actually just changed the code back to use this mic. That's annoying. When I start the stream. So, but it might just start working again. I just did the other day, so. Okay, then I have a reason to call Microsoft again, but now it's Friday night. I'm not gonna do it now. So annoying. Why? Anyway. We had a screenshot space, right? So, select VNC. And I go lots of images there to make it very easy to follow along. And I'm like, where's the notes? I need the information on the machine. I didn't just tab from them or anything like that. So let's assume colon is the thing here too. I don't remember. Yeah, so let's cancel that and let's just surname IP address for QuakeNet. Yes, I kind of don't mind that we get these pop-up texts. And this is though I have something else, like the active thing. So should I have the first screenshot of the full program here? Yeah, I did. Good. Yeah, because I kind of thought, why didn't I do that? But then I did it. Enter. Well, it's always localhost colon 5901. So, and these I'll just have to say that don't write those, so we don't do that. We can do this. So, and let's like center this thing a bit so it looks like, yeah, we can just grab this thing. Right. Sorry for the mess, but cancel. And so it's easier to make a screenshot now, isn't it? Log in. So log in with your select. I guess it should do the same for VNC Viewer on Windows, and not just don't without signing in. Also, it's red light mode. This is nicer. Though I prefer the command line, that's why we started with that, even though it was so okie dokie. And maybe this is let's see here. Toggle full screen mode. This is a good screenshot to have, right? It's kind of nice that we see the outside with the other background and see them both. Select outside. No more. It's like which one is the right? So yeah, let's take a little bit of this area, making it a little bit balanced and prettier. Because as always, what's the most important thing? Not that it works, right? Dark mode, for example, is much more important than something actually works. Nah. Uh, enter full screen mode. Unlike is that a header, it's so big. And now we have two things up here, but we can actually, since this is wider, you know, we have a Proxmox VM with a AWS VM in it. So, uh, I'm thinking that we will simply remove the old stuff. The screenshots, we'll just delete this. And we will make a new similar one. Because we have these little things, and for new people, we totally crashed everything and had to reboot twice because when we tried full screen, we couldn't get out of it. And none of the commands worked, and it was like totally buggy. The menu freezing on the screen and stuff for the viewer, and that's this VNC viewer. So we can remove all of this really. Let's just select it like this. And that and this, and we can cut, and we just go like that. Start terminal, select VNC, enter localhost, log in with your selected password, enter full screen mode, and now we're going to put the image here that we're going to make now, the screenshot. So F4. Okay. Oh, right. All the screens froze. I was like, is there a problem with the stream? But it was just that the F4 froze my preview. I was like, what's up? Oh, I forgot to open the menu. I have to make a new one. So, like, what could we possibly want to have as a demo? Something with, like, there. Let's do that one. I'm just gonna delete the other image. So, 4, and grab that one, and paste. Let's put the text on top. And let's put the exclamation mark instead of colon, right? This is really the goal. But let's show how to exit. Oh, that's annoying. So, F4, and no, I can't make it right. So click there, this. Try and get the text tiny lower, even maybe in this corner, as if it matters. F4, and grab the whole screen. If I select an area, it does that. If I just click it, it does it all. Right. I don't want the full thing, do I? Maybe the full top bit? Oh, that's annoying. Whatever. Let's do it again. So, here, here, and then we do an F4, and no. Making sure I've selected something up there. So Windows gets F4. Come on, I'm here with the mouse. So I'm sure it worked last time, right? Okay, then we just put a big arrow on there. No, F4 doesn't work anymore. No F4. So it's not unheard of that Sherix crashes too. But this is something else. This is my keyboard died again, which means this is a problem. That's didn't happen until yesterday. So, of course, USB keyboard too. I don't know if it's USB, that's just funny. So what I'm doing, I'm just going here and grabbing a new Spice link. So last time this worked fine. So let's see. And good, it works. So here. And this pops up too. There was something odd with this a bit ago. Maybe it wasn't just we had a mouse input, but we didn't get the pop-up there. So should we select this bit or more? I'm kind of thinking we need to place it in I mean together with something to make it obvious like that. So to exit full screen mode, move the mouse over the upper middle of the screen. So can you see that there's a white line here, right? Over the white line. Over the white line. And it expands into a menu. There. Click full screen. Toggle full screen. So, it sounds like I think this is boring. I don't. I just think that when I'm streaming, I want to do this quicker, right? So we see the full thing and the white line, and then we see how the menu expands and that we have toggle full screen mode. And Control RF, it says. So right control. Right control F. And this works. Oh, guess how curious I am now to see if it works in the other one. But I deleted all the instructions, so I'm not going to do it now. So this works fine. It's been stable. It didn't crash, you know. So, of course, we have the terminal already via SSH. Let's just run a LFLA too. Everything works, you know. I'm not gonna install more stuff from here, but I'm gonna add that too. Now the next step is to just do the same for Windows, and then we're going to do should we do this first? Or should we do the RDP bits? It's already there too, it's just images. And then I have a lot of text to add. So here's the RDP. But this. To have similar screenshots of all, let's do the full Kali lost. Meaning, for now, we just leave this machine running. We're just going to disconnect. Not that one, but this one. So let's actually do this and just, yeah, we want to close. Lost active session. Why would that be special? So the machine is running. Let's minimize this and connect from Windows instead, right? So we already have our. I was just playing with doing it command line and GUI, and I was gonna make a screenshot of this, but it wasn't worth it because I don't want this in there. So I just tested there. What was the? Let's go up to SSH. So right. We need to add L. So dash uppercase L. 59.1 colon localhost colon 59.1. There. So now everything on localhosts 59.1 will be sent to the machines, AWS servers. We have the PEM file, we're in the directory where it is, and we should have the same IP. That's low. This is the wrong IP address. Yeah, it doesn't look like the right IP. So this is another IP. That's better. So we're on the machine, and we don't really have to look at this. We just start our little VNC client that we just installed. Is it still up? Let's see. Yeah. So we just installed this. Let's try and type localhost colon 5901 here. Though I kind of think localhost should be enough. And this should be a F4. And that. So I already have screenshots of installing it. Yeah, connecting from Linux, and then we have here connecting. This is the next step. And I screenshot it before I even tested it works. That's funny, right? So let's use the port 5901 to let's grab a new screenshot. So let's try this. Will not be encrypted. Yeah. So we're going to have to screenshot this too. So we have to paste the new screenshot first. There. So let's make a screenshot of this little box. There. And we need to check that it's. We definitely wanted to warn about that. And right. Also, maximum 8 characters password is a bit odd. So it's kind of obvious, right? But I think it still could be useful to. So, how did we full screen this? Because I have noted that we can do it, right? Yeah. So, actually, let's make this one tinier. It will look funny, but that's like on purpose now, right? This is so cute. This is so cute. You can always see how cute it is. And of course, when we click full screen, we can also exit. Um, let's do the same screenshot that we did for Linux, because the people might not see both, you know. So it's just slightly different width of this. So now we're not on a VM connecting to a VM. We're just on our PC connecting to a VM, which is nicer with one layer of menus and stuff less, right? So I will probably use this if I'm on a Windows machine. So we had 10 post exploitation. So and then I click something and I have I'm not sure it's even the most visible here. So I went into the same menu. So it's really the same screenshot, but the width of it is not the same. So let's grab the text from the Linux one. So very Kelly with a lot of tools. Then I only had the exit, right? So it's actually almost the same. So I discovered this tool now when I was making this, starting to make this guide, because I was thinking Windows RDP, right? But maybe this is more natural. We didn't even have to install the thing. Oh, maybe this is more encrypted. So is it called toggle full screen mode? We will soon know. Exit full screen is much smarter name actually, right? So and I did kind of like this screenshot for it. Yeah, let's paste it in there. So exit full screen mode. Is it too similar? Toggle full screen mode. So the remnant people were lazier with typing more text. Yeah, but that's the last step, is it? Hmm? So we're in there, we can use it. We don't have to like go crazy with the details. So let's do RDP now. I think that the biggest difference is that this is an installed service that is just there. When we started it, it's just there. We don't have to select screen. Yeah, I think it's a step up. So I think we use VNC and then RDP. Even though it might be more self-explaining with RDP as remote desktop protocol in the like a menu. So let's disconnect from it. Sure you want to disconnect? Yeah. I guess it's good to have these questions, right? So let's go to the PowerShell one and actually exit here, because we don't need a million connections on ports we will not going to use. But on the Linux one, oh, I wasn't connected here. Yeah, I am connected. So here we'll just kill it. So type VNC server. So arrow up instead. There it is. So and it's not running anymore. So it might fit other different people. Ah, the connecting to Windows bit doesn't have this. So this bit is the same as the commands are the same, which is nice. Very, very nice. Windows and Linux command line has the same commands. I think my hubby just arrived home. I'm going to go and chat for 2 seconds. Realize the viewer. I can do full screen. And download here. Uh, already installed. If you installed Kali Linux default or everything. It's called everything, I think. It annoys me that it keeps squiggling Linux. Kill Linux default. So I'm gonna add everything here too, but now I happen to remember my name. So maybe I should just so to do check the name. So it's always pretty with this background, right? Pretty. The login one though, I don't understand. This is a pretty one. Why not use it at the login screen too? Why? Yeah, I'll be right back. Just 2 seconds from my hubby. Right. Also, I have used this mic now, so I'll leave it here. Hello. I'd really like to install. Oh gosh, the volume is on. Is it okay now? Sorry. Should have muted it. So, so if we compare it to VNC, we have installing, stopping, and starting. Can I Control C this now because nothing is selected? And I'm going to make an explanation here. So we could copy that later. Then we have install.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Giorgio. Less than 3.
Thank you for
Translated
the
from
follow and
Indonesian.
welcome in. So let's do the same. I'm sorry if it's not the most fun stream, but I felt like I'm not gonna do this if I'm not doing it on stream, right? And there's a few things are fun and like debugging and funny odd things. Install and stopping and starting. See servers. Install RDP, and it's not already installed. I'm assuming. And we need to also right installed but later uninstalled, and it still works. So I'm not gonna do that one, just this, and then we'll delete this when we make sure it works. So since port I'm like, which one is which here? So 3389 will already be in use on Windows computers, Windows clients, Windows machines, and we might want to connect from Windows. We need to change the port. RDP uses. That's better. The last thing I wrote was for when I tested this stuff. So this is not the first test, you know, even though it's long sometimes. Taking screenshots and doing all the details takes time too. So, edit the file and change. And I assume people know how to quit, so save and exit by pressing CT RL plus S X there, or SX. I don't want two controls at least. Maybe spaces here. That's better. Also, we don't do squigglies or red lines. So that's a setup. Then we have connect, which is next step. This will be part of the connect. Right, right. This is important. So this is a part of the setup. So that needs to be first, because we can't log in if we don't have a password. And the Kali user doesn't have a password, does it? I don't know why. So we have a password. Let's try without this. Yeah, so we have to make sure that that's what we want. There's not a such connection with a new port. And we're already using. Oh, I copied that. So here we can skip L, but I had it here, obviously, right? Did I? Here. Here we use L. Because but we reboot. So it was just to not have to make so many instructions. Now I want it there. But I don't want it to have it in several places. It's quite obvious that you need to do this on the server, right? Start and stuff VNC. And we have said this is the way to connect when you use VNC. So let's do the same for RDP and hope that that's good enough. And also this is just so I'm gonna add lots of text. Well, not too much. I know. And so it's just a port, and we're actually going to use this. So that's why I'm gonna. That's why I kind of wanted it after, but I'm gonna. I copied instead of paste. Why not? Click the wrong button. See how to read stuff. So fix the permission so we can log in, and we're going to try that. We start a switch connection with a new port because I'm quite sure the password I set when I installed. No, I didn't install it on this, right? I upgraded it. But I have a login password. I don't have a login password. Oh, that's why I couldn't reboot when it needed credentials. Maybe it could. I did actually type stuff. Maybe. Maybe it wasn't a keyboard bug. Maybe it was just that it wasn't showing anything and I didn't have a password. So this is really something we should do earlier. It's a bit part of the base setup. So we don't need to try with that because I realized what the problem was. This is a big part of the base. It's actually part of this, I'm thinking. But we can hop up from here. Let's add it here. Right, right. So we need to. So the reason I did both there, right, is that we first set the password to password and use this. But as here we have to type in clear text. I don't want to do that on stream, do I? Set the password like that. And I don't want to do the history either. But we could like space there, I guess. So then we can just do a normal password set when we have a password to replace. So this should really be also within these, right? And maybe we want this to actually be one thing, but we want that output here. So grab screenshot. And that's why we think before we do, because otherwise I might have forgotten and had to redo it again. So this is what we need to do now, I'm thinking. So we're on the machine. It is nice and logged in here. And I make new lines in the wrong machine. So, and some people say you shouldn't use clear, but then you wouldn't have a cleared window. So let's echo. Kelly. Yeah, I want them to be separate because I want to explain why, right? First, we set it to password. As this is clear text and might be seen. Then we now when we have a password, we can set it the normal way. And obviously grab screenshot is not supposed to be there anymore. But a screenshot. So echo Kelly colon password. Because this is the input that it can read. Password. As we pipe this to sudo password woody wood. And now Kelly has a password. So then we do sudo password Kelly. And now we enter the password. It doesn't work before we do it, I think. Yeah, because I did this for a reason, right? You don't do that otherwise. We needed to have a password before we could change it. So, or to set up on the cloud. Now I need to redo it to test this again. Do that. Maybe. We don't need to install everything at least. So what should I have? So this is a screenshot, a perfect one. So let's grab it. So we don't need that. This is good enough. I don't like that, so I just escaped because this text there, it's very on the edge, so I want more space. There we go. So and now when Callie, let's see, Callie has a password, we can set it the normal way. So yeah, I almost have to try this again, but I leave this in and it works, so it's not like it's not working. Connecting from Linux. Let's grab the header. Oh, so I thought it was so obvious, so I didn't actually make them. Or did I just stop there? So, also I don't have and never had a Mac, but I assume the Linux ones will be kind of similar, right? So I'm thinking in this one we have install, starting and stopping. It is not stopping us. Well, starting and stopping. Not stopping and starting. We started first, don't we? Oh, that's funny. So start, we'll have start RDP and stop it. Because we want the, I mean, this will be more like install and uninstall instead. So it's definitely installing, enabling, installing and uninstalling. Yeah, that's better. Installing, configuring, and uninstalling the RDP service. So, checking that is updated here, and this needs to be copied. I just got blind, I'm sorry. Sorry. Installing, configuring, uninstalling the RDP service. Oh gosh. They're not supposed to be exactly the same. Some bits. So, actually, let's actually grab this now because I don't think we're going to use it much more. So I closed it and we're going to paste it there. We have a new version. So now we have to go up here, but we can also see the names here now. So I'm starting to get hungry and I want to eat healthy stuff now. Maybe I'll just microwave pie. That's good enough. Broccoli and cheese pie. It's better than pizza. So it's quick too. Oh, it is good. But those pies are, maybe too big. We'll see. They're like this, but it's quite much food. It's heavy. Eggs and fat and stuff. Let's go and end do the last bit. Do the end. Finish it. Install RDP. And here we need to install it. So I guess this is the next step. And this though, as I hopped it down, I don't know why this is here. It should like be here. Alright, I switched ports. But now we have the right one from the start. My throat is starting to feel not perfect. So here I did it up here. And in the connections, I have reconnect. So I'm going to change these to connect because, oh, what happened? Oh, I had some. So just, yeah, but Control C instead of Shift C wouldn't have done that, so I must have clicked something totally off. Connect with SSH is much better than start SSH. And this is obviously not a Linux one, but I grabbed it from Linux, did I? None of these have any of this. Don't ask me, but this is Kali key. So really I need to like replace all of it. Is there a GUI SSH? Why would anyone want it? I'm like, of course there's like, didn't I install it yet? Windows P, which has putty in it. I don't think anyone would want that when it exists in PowerShell and just any shell really. Also, this should work in the command line, right? Yeah, we did. We run it there too. So confirmed. So this really should be from Windows command prompt or from Windows shell Windows command line, because it can be any command line, PowerShell or command prompt. So there. So these we will continue. The Windows is of course kinda quicker. No, it's not. Linux wins again because I use command line, not Remino. But maybe Remina is better because it's GUI. So I feel a need to have these expandable linked instead of so there need to be like return up links if this is one page, because you have to be able to select what you want. Maybe we should enable this one in my Obsidian notes. I have it disabled, so it's quite easy to, if it's a long file like this, you know, you don't want to just scroll this, it's annoying. Or you have a menu and then you go to the pages, sub pages. But I was thinking one article. That's what I was thinking. Hmm. Uh, the guide also includes.
Gaurav Kumar says, so we are going to upgrade Linux to GUI mode.
Yeah, we did. We did. So now we can connect with the VNC, and we're going to add RDP now too. So the next step is to install RDP. So it's already GUI. So I can show you if you want to. Hmm? The guide also includes different ways of connecting to to the VM GUI. I have to type out it. So graphical user interface. Let's do it GUI like this. You don't have to read them all. Well, that's me. I'll update this and change it. So we have a very simple guide. So the bit you talked about, so we can go up here and read it bigger. So upgrading to full color with UI. Don't I have it here? Connecting. Here. Here it is. And we added different versions. So these links don't always work. Now it have the right place. So there's a little bug here in Obsidian, obviously. So if we want a full a GUI after having installed the AWS, you just do first a normal apt update, sudo apt update. Then you do sudo apt install Kali Linux default or everything, but this is bigger. You need to have the space for both of them. Sudo apt install Kali desktop xfce, and this is a specific packet that gives you the Kali look on the desktop of it. So you can also just install this and you get like a Debian look. So I want the Kali look with the menus, with the tools and everything. You get this here. And I just reboot it. Just this is not really necessary, but it's always nice to reboot. Then of course a general upgrade, like yeah, I should have that in here, right? Maybe we should have it in before. It's in here, full upgrade. Let's do it. We haven't done it yet, but that's always nice. So if you happen to have not the latest version, if you happen to have some files that are there exist newer versions of, that will do all the things, nothing held back. So and then we're going to do this one. So we need to check the name. This one is if you don't want a graphical interface, then you can still make it a slightly bigger than the cloud Kali because it's tiny. And this is something I did not test, but I read it about it in different places when I was researching. So maybe we'll try that later too. But so far, I'll just say that I haven't tested it. I'm gonna go and put that pie in the microwave, and then I'll come back up straight away. I'm getting hungry.
Show what?
So now it was nice and warm. It's cold outside the room. Right. So the VNC bit is kind of done. Yeah, so let's do RDP. I'm just hungry now. SSHL. Right, yeah, so we're of course already connected, but we're not connected with this, but we don't need it yet.
Gaurav
We need
Kumar
it
says
later.
recently I just switched to Linux from Windows. I just go through your channel and it seems that you are expert, lots of experience you have.
Okay, thank you. So if there's anything that I know that you want to know, then I'm happy to help. But if I don't know it, we can learn together too. So if you just research stuff. Yeah, let's do the installation. So we just install XRDP and enable it. This means that it will not, even if we restart the machine, which BNC could not do, it will still be running, right? So let's clear that because we already screenshotted it. So sudo apt install XRDP. So, and yes. So quite quick. And then we do sudo. No. Well, yeah, we need to sudo systemctl. It's not in my notes though. Ctl enable xrdp.
Gaurav Kumar says, sure, lots of things I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, go for it. So, I'm kind of thinking we don't want to screenshot any installations. They are just big and don't really give us much. But when we do stuff like this, it might be helpful for other people to see what the output could look like before you run it, so you know what to expect. So let's maybe we should have edited the configuration file before. So we can just disable it again. No, because I will still not know if there was a file that was there before we did this. Because I can't undo everything it did. Yeah, it created symlink and stuff. Yeah, we want a screenshot. Let's grab it. So, but of course it did that. Yeah, but it didn't mention the init file, which is what I'm talking about. I'm sorry if I'm confuse anyone. It did not mean anything. I'll say meaningful stuff again. So we're just grabbing this for the guide so that people can see what the output looks like for this command. The installation is they're always like the same. It's nothing special. If there are no options or anything. So we can see the output of this command over here. I will delete this line once we know it works. It is in the Git though, so the old version is already on the GitHub. The sense port 3388, this is what we just wrote. So 3389 will already be used on Windows machines, and we might want to connect from Windows. We need to change the port RDP uses. And this is why we edit the ini file. So let's copy this so we don't have to type it again. So there. And we're going to find a line that says port 33, like this, 3389 here. So this line, should we grab a screenshot here and like show this? Is that useful for people? I think so, right? So if I do this and we for that grab the whole thing and we show this first, and then we say edit the file and change this. So then you can see what it looks like, and I've selected it with white and have the cursor right there. And then how to save and exit, as it's nothing to click, you just type keys. So let's, oh, why was I up there? Because I only use the mouse, right? So 33, I hope people realize that they can't use the mouse and select stuff and edit. Like use the arrows. I don't have to type that, right? Let me do Control SX. Right, so mine looks like uppercase. Maybe that's not good. We should have SX instead. That's more clear, right? So now we do uh, sudo etc init .d x rdp start. So
Gaurav Kumar says, when did you start using Linux for the first time?
Linux or Unix? Because I used Unix in the 90s. When could it have been the first time? I don't know. I don't really know. Long ago. Like the first half of the 90s at least. So now we've done all the things that are in my install. So now I actually want to restart it
Gaurav
to
Kumar
make.
says both.
Okay, yeah. So Linux I used. I mean FreeBSD. I had a FreeBSD dual boot on my Amiga 1200 that I had. 96, 97 ish, and then I don't know when I had it on a PC first, but I were running PCs before I had the Amiga. But I don't think I used Linux on any, or possibly BSD then too. And then I used Unix servers before that, so uh, then we're just connecting to them. So yeah, let's restart it. Let's restart it. Do I want to grab anything here more? Yes. Let's make a screenshot of this too, because we get a response, so we want to see it, what it is. So someone can see that they get the correct result or something. With an installation, it's more clear, like this failed, you know. So there, just grab the screenshot, and then we're going to reboot. Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. Will this start? So we're going to say the reboot. And then, but first, actually, let's ps aux grep. Let's put a space there so it looks pretty in the history, right? RDP.
Hack says.
Is there a reason you started it directly via the file and not system till start?
No, I don't know. So I'm actually curious about why I did it like this. And this is the guide I made before, like a month ago. So I'm going to make it into like an article from just I did this. And I was thinking that the enable should have started it, right? And my logical thing that I would have done was to restart it if I changed the ini file, right? So
Enable will start it on reboot.
yeah, but we don't want it now. So you mean it doesn't start it immediately, enable? Hmm. So
Correct.
let's actually do this one and stop it, because I'm assuming there's a stop too. This should work too, right? Yeah. And it's still using systemctl. And let's grep it again. And now we don't have it there, except for our command where we grep.
BRB, add time smile smile.
Oh, sorry about that. I still haven't actually gotten any money from Twitch. I guess I should, but you have to pay to get the money. It's not much, so let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna. Let's just do a reboot instead. So if this works, I'm gonna remove that line. So let's grab a screenshot of all of this just so we know what we did, right? So we did enable.
And we're back, smile, smile.
Yeah. So I actually stopped it and checked here, and then I'm thinking we'll reboot only, because I think that's the easier thing in a guide. It's always nice to reboot stuff when you install something there, even if it's not much, even if it's Linux. uh, so because I can't see a reason why we would want to run the start. It's like, why? Why? Now we did it once though. And I wouldn't want to have to redo the guide. But this really should work. Let's just grab a screenshot here. So F4, click, and
And time I enable or start a service, I always run system kill status on it just to see that it changed. Too many situations where Linux doesn't tell you when it doesn't do what you asked. Anytime.
okay, yeah. Yeah, so I feel that PowerShell is so much worse. So I feel like Linux is wonderful in that aspect. PowerShell is horrible. It doesn't ever tell you anything. Oh, well, it gives you lots of red messages where you don't want them. Stuff you don't want to know. If you do, does this file exist? You get an error message for the file not existing. That kind of thing, you know?
I cannot stand PowerShell's errors.
No, it's just horrible. So you have to like disable everything. So let's yeah, we have to sudo. Just want to try first. So also let's switch the numbers because we're gonna do RDP now. VNC is done. 3390. Do you think it's up already? It's quite heavy now. So it said
And my most used command at work is sudo. When I forget to run sudo, since bang bang will run your last run command.
yeah. So it probably isn't up in a bit. But it's very cool that you can make a full color VM in AWS for free. And the day before yesterday, I had a Ethiopian guy asking about how can I learn all this on my phone only. I don't have a computer, and this is what I was thinking too. So let's like finish this thing. Um, so maybe the screen on the phone is tiny, but at least you can. I mean, they usually have a lot of pixels at least. If you're young and have good eyes, you can see. Do we have any mic yet? There it is. So, as this mic died again, Windows, it's just like, yeah, why?
Yeah, I think I will pass on using my phone for more than I have to. Once in a while I will SSH to do something from my phone, but that's usually if I'm out somewhere and don't have a computer on me.
Yeah, so what do you SSH with? What do you use for SSHing? Do you have Android? Rooted phone? So I don't have anything good. I tried to clone a
Yes,
repo.
I use Juice SSH.
Use SSH. Nice. Let's check the ones. Uh, so those tips are valuable because there's like a million apps, right? And to have something that you can know it's good and you kind of can trust it, you know. Can't find my Play
I have
Store
been
there.
using it for years.
Oh, nice, good. So, use SSH. Did you mean? Yeah, it's put a space in there. Did you mean? Did you mean? Isn't available for your device. It was made for an older version of Android. Ooh, then I need the APK file. So I can just get it on the older phone here. Let's see. The one I use for controlling
Oh,
stream.
I ported it over from my old phone and my
Yeah,
phone
yeah,
before that.
yeah. Yeah, I thought so. So let's go to Play Store on the new one. You haven't set up purchase verification. So I don't think I've installed anything. No, I don't want to purchase anything. Ah, and this is a phone. It's an HTC, so the buttons are swapped from my Samsung. So I'm like, how do I go back here? Come on, Play Store. Yeah, no, good. So, use and in one word, right? SSH. Oh wait, I misspelled it, but it found it anyway. There, so now you can install it on this one, and then I can copy the APK. Good. So, thank you. uh, Putting it on the post-it here too. Yeah, so I installed like a shell to access like Android on there, but it's not really a shell. It's just an app that's odd. So I tried to clone just a repo like my notes, but it's not good. I'll have to look into that, but I don't really use my phone very much. But sometimes it's nice to be able to do things like it would be nice to have my cybersecurity notes on there, but I also put it on my webpage now, so I still can access it. Anyway, I would like to have maybe I did root an old one, but not this one.
I guess you could also use Termux to SSH into another machine.
So I might be Termux that I used that I didn't think was like perfect. It was things that didn't work that were like basic, I think. But also we don't have root, right? So it's not strange if it doesn't work. Oh right, let's try and SSH again. So uh, so I can how many arrow
Termux is
ups
very
to
stripped down, but you can install more things.
yeah yeah yeah. So I probably should do that. I'm quite sure I have it installed on that phone. So. Hmm. So I don't like not being root. It's annoying. I'd like, it's not like I would do very odd things, to the phone. I understand that they don't have root by default, but you should have like an admin setting, click a million times on this button thing to get it without having to do something special with the phone, right? Shouldn't that be the default? for a phone. You buy a device and you can't do whatever you want with it. Isn't it mine? I kind of think it is. So it's running. Well, of course, and I don't want to check the ports. We don't need it. We're gonna connect there soon anyway. So now I have to switch back on this phone, and I clicked the wrong button because I click back when I want to click what apps and the other way around.
The default for things nowadays is, for the average person, which seems to be very basic and not for us techies.
Yeah, but even if it's a default, there should be a way around it, like developer options in Android. You can like, but you can't. I want to be root on my phone.
Yes.
There should be that too. They should have the option to do something quite stupid and maybe type some long number or whatever, that the normal user wouldn't do because they wouldn't have any reason to. But if you want to, you can do it. And not some secret code, just do this or that. Uh, uh, so we're going to connect, of course, and we'll start from Linux. And I usually do XRDP. No, X3RDP. And I'm thinking, is that too complex? Should I do Remina instead and just go GUI on it totally? So I have a lot of options in my line and I don't want to have to explain them. And we could just do the same as we did with this, with VNC, and make a little guide. Maybe this is a better option. I don't use it myself at all, and I VNC'd to like one box that needed it ever. And this. That's the thing of using VNC. Mm,
I have not used VNC in so many years.
yeah, it's like ancient by now. And also, when I connected here on Windows, it said the connection to this VNC server will not be encrypted. Right now we use SSH tunnel, so it's still encrypted. But anyway, um, yeah, and also VNC is not a service. It's you have to start it every time. So VNC is, maybe I should have VNC like you can also use VNC and have RDP like the main thing. If it works, fine. We haven't connected to it yet. Well, I did before, of course, but I didn't even make notes on it. Because, you don't need notes, do you? So let's do Windows first because Windows, it's RDP, right? So we have 3990 here. We have a little tunnel if we connect to localhost
You can create a
3390.
service for it, if you want to write once. It shouldn't be too difficult.
Yeah. So maybe we could, but I don't know if it's worth the trouble. It's not much trouble, probably. So if you have a suggestion, we could do it, but I want to finish the RDP bit. And I'm kind of feeling finished with the VNC one. I don't know. So let's access my little start menu. No, not that start menu. No, the start menu. So I'm thinking, let's imagine you did not use RDP already. So we do RDP here, right? That's the easiest way to make people do it. And let's clear this thing. So and let's this is not a pretty thing to show though. Should we? But it won't search as nicely. So also you can't like right click for this is not a normal program. So it's almost too tiny for me. MSTSC. So this is not a nice way for people to access something. It's not modern. But I wouldn't assume it's in the start menu, right? I never use the start menu ever, 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 ever. I just have everything here. And sometimes I use this for like PowerShell and stuff. I don't use that often. Well, I use these, but I use it by this way.
I just click start and type RDP.
So start and type. I never did that. Oh, you have to search, right? So I do search and type RDP if I would go there. So after my before my
You
reinstall,
can
I had
type
it here
RDP
actually.
or RDC.
Okay, RDC2. Yeah, because it's remote desktop connection here, right? So what I want to tell people is that you can like pin it or something. Can you drag it even here? You can't, right? Let's nah. Then you have to be complicated and do this. So I don't like this the start menu anymore. Not that I ever loved it, but it used to be much nicer. I don't get why we need to have anything but the programs in here, right? What's all this crap? And if you're in bad luck, it hops up animations and stuff. So my hubby always installs the old one. I'm
Windows
like,
key plus
nah.
R and type MSTSC works as well.
Yeah, that's what I looked here, but I'm thinking it's not worth it. It's not it's not a nice GUI way to teach people to do stuff. Uh, so this is more Windowsy. But everybody doesn't have search enabled. But if they disabled it, then they did it themselves.
Oh
So should
yeah,
I?
for Windows people lol.
Yeah, we're going Windows people. This is a low guide. Do this, do this, do this. You know, I wouldn't read this. uh, so if you're going to use Windows and you need help, then we need to make it like simple to do for someone who doesn't know stuff. What was I really going for? I don't remember. Right, now I know. Search. So the default is to have a search box, right? So I can have click your search box. This is the default, right? Has it always been? Uh, so we can like screenshot this. Then most people using Windows would understand. And we don't have to like use all of this. We can grab maybe this bit, something like this. So uh, start remote desktop connection. And of course, everybody who knows more is allowed to use this guide. It's just that I'm thinking I want people who don't know stuff to understand still. So I have the mouse. I've used that way all the time to click this, right? To point at what we're going to do. So let's actually do it too, right? RDP or RDC. RDC sounds odd, but that's okay. RDP is protocol. So localhost colon 3390, right? Yeah. And connect, and then we do F4 on this. So I just have to click it. And it's not much more, is it? Compared to the VNC long guides. Did I run it? I'm like, didn't disconnect it. Oh, I exited. This was long ago. I don't think this is the right Windows, is it? Yes. So that could explain why it didn't connect. Oh, I just changed it in my notes, right? I didn't actually run it, I just changed the notes.
Dylan Kaiser says, "Hi, fixed it."
Hi, welcome in. So, let's see, there. Now it should work better, right?
I just got a new keyboard for my Parrot OS desktop.
Ah, nice. So,
Coffee spilled all over my old one.
oh no. So I poured Nippon soppa. It's like rose nip soap. I think it's called in English. It's like quite thick that you just drink. It's smooth but thick into my old keyboard, and that was, you know, that's not what you want to do. The glass just fell over. Yeah.
Hack says,
Coffee spilled, or you spilled the coffee? Lol.
It just spilled by itself. It didn't do anything. It wasn't my fault, right? Uh,
Dylan Kaiser says, "It wasn't my fault."
of course, of course. I believe you. I do believe
Hack
you.
says,
Aha.
So let's see here. So we're just making guide. I'll put text later. But I think that, yeah, so maybe,
Dylan Kaiser says, "It literally wasn't."
nah, I understand. I'm just kidding. If you say it wasn't your fault, of course it wasn't your
Hack
fault.
says,
Whose coffee was it?
Right, I remember this. I remember this. Uh, so, username is Callie, and this is why we changed the password, or actually set a password, because there was no password before. So, let's make a screenshot of the full thing, I'm thinking. Yeah. So
Dylan Kaiser
let's do it
says,
on here.
"Whose coffee it was is irrelevant, it spilled because of gravity. Google it."
Oh, it was gravity's fault. I get it.
Hack says,
Dick.
translated from Dutch.
So it was all gravity's fault. So I don't know if I want this or the tiny one. So I'm actually going to grab both, and we'll see. So let's grab a tinier one too. And as this is now, these windows are not on this machine. It's in the VM, so I can't just auto get them. Which is very nice that it does that on the machine. But it's nice that it zooms too. So this is ShareX that I'm using for the screenshots. So it's very nice. Oh, I forgot this. Let's undo. I don't know if it deletes the image. I'll have to go and clean up there later. So I want the mouse on top here when I do it. So it stays there, This shouldn't be that hard. But it's just exact nice right amount of zoom and everything. So there. So now we have a little OK clicky thingy there. And now we see if it works, because I don't remember if I'm supposed to change from the XR. There, nice and pretty. And the last ones, I've taken the same screenshots, so we're going to do the same thing again for the BNC ones. I went to this one because it has kind of like a nice, some of them don't have that many tools. So let's do like the same screenshots on this one. And I don't think F4 will work here, but I have to click on the side and then go back and F4 and grab the whole thing. And this is auto full screen, which is the only other thing we actually did here. So we need to also show people how to close or full screen it, but it's kind of obvious, right? The only thing I'm not sure about is why this is like even there. So is it too obvious? This is just so close, or this is restore down. Yeah, it's Windows. The controls are here. Yeah, right. That's enough. Close or on full screen. Close full screen. Let's do the same I've done for the others.
Dylan Kaiser says, in other news, I'm working on my own framework.
Okay, let's see. Have to scroll up. Tell me more. Yeah. Paradise desktop keyboard. Coffee, coffee, coffee. So, working on your own framework. Tell me. So, mouse here. I had to do this, to grab a screenshot. I have to click on something else. But we're grabbing it from here to, oh my god, where is it? I can't see because I have a menu. So we did like something like this on others. Let's do the same and hope that we get the things in there. Yeah, definitely doing the same thing. Exit, full screen. Here. And doesn't really need to say it even, but now we have a little mouse pointer there. So I think this is the what I did. Yeah, right. We also put the little text saying we're in GUI with lots of tools, right? So let's do the same text here. I'm thinking you don't do all of these, right? You do one of them. So we have success, whichever path we followed. And then we do the Linux one. And when we have done them all, so they all screenshot look the same, then we install everything too. So we have all the perfect one. So let's just close. I haven't said how to disconnect from anything, but I mean, people can close programs, right? I'm not telling them how to close programs. That's too much. So, I don't want that. I don't want the search to be big. That's okay. I like the little. That's okay. Let's pop this one up. And this is my actual machine. Better check, right? Though it's kind of obvious since we're already connected and we use 3390 here. So here we're ready to just run. So what? Oh, new tab. I'm like, where's my history? This is what it's supposed to look like. So this is what I'm thinking, that this is not good for people who, but it's stable and it's good. So I might put it in there, both of them, GUI and non-GUI. And people might understand that scale desktop scales the desktop, and that clipboard means clipboard, and scale is scale. So actually we want this one to be exactly the way it is because it's good. So the IP address, well, that's definitely not the right one, is it? So let's just grab that. Yeah, I was not on the right IP. This one was a red. I was like, nah. That was an old one. So, and then we have Kelly. All right. You would clear text to password here. So this is more suitable for when you connect to a tracking machine and things like that. Yeah, so actually, I think we might just do the, if someone knows about this, they will still do it, you know? Doesn't matter. So let's just do it like this. I already have a screenshot for starting Remina. So let's just grab that. And then the next one is select VNC, enter. So we'll do similar stuff, but this one we can just grab. So, oh, not cut. I could use the side menu when I put it up for that purpose. So, what's everybody's Friday fun today? What's the Friday fun? My Friday fun is needing a guide. And streaming, of course, right? Chatting to you guys. So, my food should be done. My tummy said again, food, right?
Just got back from the bank.
Oh, okay. Is that a good or bad thing? What did you do there? Just boring normal stuff, or like, oh, I won the lottery and I had to put the money in the bank? Or I bought a new house, I had to
I
go to the
converted
bank?
change into cash.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Uh, so, let's type. So let's put the remnant up here so we can make screenshots easy like. Yeah, so maybe I want it up here when we do the screenshot for REP here. And I'm thinking I did it already once, so let's just do the same kind of style. So any special like Friday night dinner, anything special about today? And then we put the localhost column 3390, and we do another screenshot. I'm actually gonna check how I did the last one. So yeah, right. So when I have the mouse here, it pops up there, and that's how I did the last one. And I just grabbed a little bit of this, not all of it. So like somewhere. So if you have a page and you have like similar screenshots, it's nice if they're like kind of similar. There's some kind of logic structure in it. I think it's easy to read. And then we did the login, of course, right? So, and that's when because it's easier to take a screenshot if you have the blue behind it. So, username, Kelly, password, there, and the domain, I'm not saying anything. And in VNC you just set the password, and the max character length is 8 characters. So feels like we're traveling back in time a bit there. So but still RDP feels Windowsy to me. But why should it? Come on, come on. It's just a little pixel there. So I just trying to find where to paste it. Paste. And the next one is like this, yeah. Kali Linux. Kali Linux. And the line. Interesting. So I will screenshot this, of course. So I'm thinking, shouldn't I have put any creds in before and let Kelly do the thing? Maybe we'll see. So, but now we're screenshotting, so we don't have to do. So we actually got a fail on the screenshot. There was nothing to paste. So redo it. Let's hope it didn't crash again. So this is interesting. So do we have to do it again? I restarted ShareX once. I'll just quickly kill it and start it again. So, and then we try again. So it's quite intense on the screenshot making here, so I can accept. But it's not 100% stable. Oh look, we're still in there now. It didn't actually make a screenshot. So once more. So what's up? Is this like, this is secret, you can't screenshot this. We got the screenshot. Just took 4 tries. So okay, password. Unlock. And next image will be this. So I have to click outside.
So is this version of Kali in a VM or bare metal?
This is a VM. This is a Proxmox server over there, and this is on AWS. So this is local Proxmox. Let's see. So.
Oh, cool.
Now, fingers crossed, F4. Let's grab a little image here. So we can see that this needs to be maximized. But isn't it cute with a mini Kali there? This is also something that BNC doesn't do, right? The little cute one. So I'll have to type text later too. Yeah, so maybe I shouldn't have done this one first. Okay, so resize the window to fit in the remote resolution, and then do this. No? Yeah, so we have a bit of a problem. This is why I use S3RDP, because you can set all the things and it works nicely. So I have to just there. No, so we totally don't have the right. Yes, Kevin. Ah, I'll be right back. Good. So, yeah, so this is why Remini is not my first choice on this. So, let's see. So with VNC, we set the share to be a certain resolution. This one probably just hasn't got resolution set. That might be it, and it doesn't. Remina doesn't give it anything. So let's see if this works now. We can't even see because it's too tiny. Yeah, so now we have a purple background. So no, I want the resolution. This is so tiny though. Settings. I guess to go to settings manager. Res. We were in display, were we not? No. Yeah, so this is not a good resolution to be in. And we don't have any options. Because we can't set it here. Yeah, not very perfect. Advanced. Oh gosh, the tiny dialogue doesn't fit. Yeah, so I'm thinking this is not the way to go, right? So if we look enough, I think there is actually an option here, possibly. Resize the window to fit in remote resolution. Control R plus 1. 1. Nothing happens, of course, because it's grayed out. So let's do my connection, the one I had, and it's RDP. So that's not the one to close. Let's try this first. So this one we click, nothing really happens. Dynamic resolution. Yeah, that's like zooming. I don't want it to zoom. Toggle scaled mode. Yeah, we don't want it to scale. This just makes stuff bigger, right? Or isn't it? Is it actually making it? Or are these just becoming bigger? So if we fold this, oh gosh, that's laggy. It seems to be working, right? So let's now undo this. And this is what I clicked, and then I click this. So we don't want scale mode, right? If we toggle scale mode and make it tiny, it would be tinier, right? So scaled mode is not what we want. We want it to be just the size. So this is what we want. Toggle dynamic resolution update. So I'm gonna actually switch back to the blue background because all the other screenshots are on the blue one, right? And it looks kind of funny to just suddenly change to purple, even if it's much prettier. And let's see if we can get back to about the same size that it was. Similar. It doesn't have to be perfect. Right. So yeah, that was it. Like here-ish. Because I see the icon that's like it says. First of all, who so let's do this one first. So I think it actually might be a little bigger or whatever, I don't really care. So let's do this one first, and let's pull this down. I'm sorry for the very boring content right now, we're almost done. I just want this finished. So I'm gonna put the screenshot first. And then I'm gonna hope that this works, because I can't redo this, right? Because people will have to think a little bit by themselves if it doesn't work. So so I think this is the thing. And paste. And the image worked too. So now we have toggle dynamic resolution update to toggle full screen mode. So, and when we toggle full screen mode, we get a big nice thing that we can make screenshots. That's like the success, right? So we go to the same little thing again. Ah, so close now, so close now. And we paste the little bitty image. And I'm gonna hop to, actually should have hopped to this. Oh, I didn't do one of those here, did I? Am I like blind? What did I do? Yeah, there it is. So this image, we just took the same, and I just wanted to copy this. And then we just want the full screen bit. Why is this here? This is like in the wrong order. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. I just pasted everything in the wrong place. But that's no problem. Paste. No. Paste. So let's move it now. This is supposed to be. Why do I have to keep clicking twice after the Ramina images there? So paste RDP credentials. We got the other login there. So I'm kind of thinking we don't even have to fill anything out there, but whatever. We got the Kelly account, but it was locked. I don't care. It worked. People can thank themselves too, right? Or maybe they can't. I mean, like, I've kind of made a guide for people that I want to make work for people who don't think. It's not that they can't, don't. So just the last little image here. How do we get out of this? We go back here and didn't select something first. So then we're doing the last screenshot. If we don't decide to redo VNC as a service thingy. Kind of like this. This is what I've done. And my food is getting cold. So I've got some chicken in. I've got broccoli and cheese pie and chicken pieces. Something that looks like going to take a bit of work. So since my hubby made chicken and he eats like keto stuff, I don't. I want all the foods even if I'm trying to be healthy. So he's doing it for like healthy, of course. He's sleeping much better and lots of things. But I'm a bread person. I could never do that. So this is what we have left. I believe the package is called so, but I'm gonna check. Oh, actually, we're on this screen, right? So I put the browser here too. And yes, I think I remember right. Every meta package and tool listed here. This is everything. So it's not just large, it's everything. And this is it's a bit crazy to install it, but of course we want to. I always use this one. And the image is usually 11 gigs. I'm thinking we won't do it in GUI. Why would we? We have a command line to do it on. So I'm just gonna close that. And let's update it. Let's do an upgrade too. We didn't do that. Yeah. So I have two plates between me and the keyboard. That's not a good idea. So this is a perfect eating opportunity, right? Then we'll have to use it for something. What should we do? It would be cool to some place where we need to, like maybe Web Academy or something. We might want to like share something on an actual IP address. Then we can do that here. We can do SMB on it. I wonder what would happen. So open a writable directory SMB. And we didn't check out like firewallish. Are these ports open externally? Mm. Yeah, we don't want to lose SSH. Yeah, so we'll keep it. Crony. So I'm thinking, let's keep configuration files because I don't know AWS what they do to the configuration files and how they look. And we don't have the opportunity to compare now, so we can compare later if we remember the names. They're in the stream. It was quite dry chicken actually. Hmm. Mhm. Mhm. Hmm. I always do it at once, right? To double check. And if it would have held anything back, I would have done full upgrade. We can do auto mode. Mm. Ah, I can't type like this. Mm. So, and it's time. I think did I copy anything else? I don't think so. Mm. So space needed 21 gigabyte. We only have 15 left. It doesn't actually work. So I'll have to change the title. It's not full Kali. It doesn't fit on 30 gigabytes. So we only have half of it left. So we already filled up 15 gigabytes or 14. Um, then let's double check what we actually did install. We installed default, right? So if we go here and we change this to default, uh, meta package default as an example. Yeah, but now I want to see what's in there. Default desktop images include these tools. Mm. Yeah, so we'll really have to do large. Let's try large, right? Previous default tools. Previous. Hmm. So if you don't want to pay, you can't use everything, right? But we can use large. I don't know if that's worth it. Maybe we should just do themed on what we are interested in. What we don't want to do hardware stuff on AWS, right? But we will miss tools. There will be stuff that's not there. So the core, I guess this is what is on AWS. And then we can install either headless, default, obviously not ARM, NetHunter. That's the Android one, is it? So I'm thinking Wi-Fi stuff is not interesting. Hardware stuff is not interesting. We're probably not going to do reverse engineering. Depending on how you use it, we could do that. Let's do the large one anyway, because I want to have it installation. No, we don't want to install it because it doesn't fit. So let's do large instead. And I'm assuming on the name that it's actually a larger installation, not just old tools. Previous default tools sounds like old. So yeah, we could check what it is. We could have listed it too. And let's fix the desktop, the background. GUI. We want that. Python, of course. Docker. Yes, I wonder if the Python environments and everything is as it should. Everything comes with so many things now. I think I managed to install all of it before, but I'm not sure. GDB, of course, Ghidra. But I'm also thinking web stuff. You know, as it's a it could easily be a web server. We'd have to play with stuff like that too. So, all right. It was going over the same ones. GDB, Ghidra. Now we have the time to read them. Right, one good thing with this mic is that it's not that close to my mouth. And a very annoying thing is that I was thinking that when we're done with this, we can use voice controlled stuff again because the mic is working. I might actually restart. It's not that slow to restart the computer. We had a lot of Windows updates today, so maybe it broke it again. Hmm. So, what's up? Did it freeze again? Or is it actually updating? This one is on at least. Ghidra is not tiny though. So if it doesn't update until it's done with something. Hmm. So, I'm thinking though it should fit, even though it says 20 gigs, it should be the same gig, some of it. But I'm thinking it's smarter than that, right? So, we're running this for free. Let's check the cost there. So, we have 0 in March and 0 in April. It's funny how it's different zeros. So it's more 0 here than there because it's been running for a longer time there because I did full installation and I think I left it on overnight or something like that. Hmm. Yeah, let's click the cost. Let's see if we can see more details on the different zeros here. Mhm. So 0. So what is getting started at? It's all economy. Okay. So we have to go back to the main page before we do anything else. So we're just waiting. It's still frozen on 29. Mm. I know there's other stuff that's free, like database you can do for free, I think. Probably like try a bit of everything, right? IoT. One thing we haven't done yet is to nmap scan it, and we're not going to use our own crashing server crashing one. Nah, we lowered its speed, so it shouldn't dust. So let's hop back to the VM and let's open a new tab. and I clicked the wrong button. I was like, ah, is it frozen even more than I thought? So IP address. Of course, we have to nmap it. Map scanner little server. I am blind. EC2. View dashboard. So let's grab that IP address. So it's about time, right? So I want to do this with VNC running too. So we want to use maybe not this one, but maybe another simpler one. Like temporary storage and other stuff. A place for testing stuff. So the reason for the Prox rename is Proxmox Linux, right? No, Proxmox Kali. But I guess maybe Kali comes from Linux. So sorry for eating on stream, but it's been 7 hours and 20 minutes. Control Y. Why? I tried pressing enter before to see if anything happened. Why is there a Y? So we know this one is not. What happened? Why did it blink? So, um, we might have to recover a halt on installation. We'll see. Oh my. It's nice to eat when you're really hungry. Oh, we have 30! It's actually doing something. It's just Ghidra that's big. 1 gig of RAM, lots of updates. So I might actually be good with the last one, what we did before. So it had already lots of tools in the menu. Yeah, we have to do something else. It's time to... This can continue in the background. I'll just finish the chicken. It requires a bit of focus. The pie I can eat later. So... trying to find some more meat on this thing. Gosh, no. Oh, I have been talking for nothing. So, I'm so sorry. Oh gosh, I was muted all the time. So the thing is, I'm going to do AI stuff now, and I'm going to restart, and it will be a few minutes and I'll be back. But everybody left already. There was more people than a little bit ago. I don't know what how many people we have on YouTube, if it's anyone. Oh, but this is not the right title. I changed the title. This is upcoming. Uh, so what's this? Share? No, I want to go back. How do I go back? Select stream. There it is. Yeah, so there's no one, so we can just close this down. I'm gonna stop stream, and I'll start a new one in a little bit, like a few minutes, just because it's kind of late. But I still want to do something more today. So time to restart the computer and see on the mic if the mic works. We have mic problems. Yeah, I totally get if everybody leaves when it's no mic. Oh, I was muted. Oh gosh, that's horrible. And the first time I didn't even know about it. Now it was just me not managing to unmute. So, stopping stream.